Hello! Hello, everyone who's here at the beginning of stream. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Trans Girl Jade. Hello, Paladin Lost. Hello, Ashley. Hello, It's a Row. Hello, Door Kickers Inc. Hello, Neuron. Hello, Robert Adset. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Kai Ryu. Hello, the Dark Canuck. Hello, Pollen Cakes. How you doing? Hello, Christinos. Hello, Little Morphine Annie. Ugh. Yesterday was too long. Yesterday we did a 10-hour stream. I don't know that I got that in me again today. Peaceful Warrior, hello! Big news on Elon. Help, pretty katana mommy kicking my butt? Wait, IRL or in a video game? Yesterday was peak stream. Yeah, I think I lost the thread a little bit with that Hassan Jenk debate, but you know, a guy tried to assassinate the governor of Wisconsin today. Twice. Managed to get out on cash bail, which I feel like invalidated all of Jenk's criticism of cashless bail. So, you know. I guess it's somewhat satisfying to have sat through that ungodly conversation. Oh, Melania. Melania. Blade of Mikola. Yeah, she's gonna continue to kick your ass for a while, sorry. The singer LP? I don't know who that is. Did it get worse? Yeah, Gamer G, it continued to get worse, yeah. Hey, Stout Man. Hey, Boiled Peanuts. Excited for tonight? It's gonna be fun. I'm excited to talk to GayFesh. Hello, Salmon Moose. They nuked the stream? What? You talking to someone? Yeah, we're talking to GayFesh today. Is just on your end? Okay, cool. I was like, wait, did something happen? Himbo just left for work, but hey, I don't have a hole in my outside pipe anymore. It sounds like a euphemism, but it's probably not. The stream just stopped for some reason? Oh. Sadly, no. Darn. Now, ideally, we could do the video female game developers make everything ugly segment, but that's probably gonna take us longer than the 35 minutes we have left. No, I'm going on Leftist Mafia next Thursday, not today Thursday. So sorry, Peaceful Warrior. I meant not today, but a week from today. Did I see the new video? Oh, yeah, we gotta fucking go over that corridor fucking digital. God damn it. I'm gonna be so fucking mad by the end of that. I'm gonna be so... we're gonna have to watch the shitty anime that they made, and then we're also gonna have to watch them claim that they improved video games by using an AI model on to make faces more real. I'm so upset. Are you stopping at 9? Yeah. Now Leftist Mafia is the real network? I just hope, I hope they don't have another Illuminati situation happen. Hello from No Gallbladder Land. Yay, Mikuro! One of us. One of us. One of us. It's more room for all of the microchips they put in us. Also, you've been subscribed to me for 2 goddamn years. Well, I hope you feel better without the gallbladder. Salmon Moose, have you already watched those? Are they as bad as I'm anticipating, or are they worse? Oh, by the way, I am just going to take the brief opportunity to say that I was completely and utterly right when I called that Target was closing stores not due to crime. You guys remember that? You guys remember that, like, Target was saying they were closing, like, 9 locations due to crime? Due to organized retail theft? Oh, I guess we could also watch the Tucker Carlson vid. We'll talk a little bit about Rudy Giuliani suing Joe Biden. You done with your scheduled segments? Nice. Well, GayFesh, maybe come on in like 5 minutes. You know, take your opportunity to use the bathroom, all that jazz. Sounds good? Hell yeah. Yeah, so last week I told you guys... I should turn up the music. So, guys, last week I told you that Target was closing like 9 different locations. They were claiming it was because of the astronomical increase of crime, organized crime pillaging their stores, chaos and lawlessness running rampant. And, well, it turns out companies will just go and tell lies until it's time to actually, like, you know, talk to their investors. So we have here Jude Legum, who writes Popular Information, and he dove down this this rabbit hole here. Last week, Target announced it was closing 9 stores due to theft, generating an avalanche of credulous coverage from nearly every major media outlet, and that includes TYT. One thing that was missing from all these stories: actual fucking data. Turns out you need data to back up claims. Target is closing the store at 517 East 117th Street in Harlem. But according to NYPD data, there were fewer incidents of shoplifting this year at the Harlem store than other nearby stores that will remain open. It's one of the least shoplifted locations. Target is also closing its location on Folsom Street in San Francisco, but according to SFPD PD data, there were fewer incidents of shoplifting in and around that store than other nearby stores that will remain open. Oh, that's crazy. There were 23 shoplifting reports from this store, you know, as opposed to the one at 789 Mission Street, which had 385. It's almost like Target is lying. The Seattle Times did a similar analysis of stores in the Seattle area and found there were fewer police incidents in and around the 2 stores being closed than other nearby stores that will remain open. Oh, wow. All of the data suggests that there were other reasons beyond shoplifting driving Target's decision to close stores. In June, Target CEO said it was saddled with lots of unwanted merchandise that it was forced to deeply discount, cutting profits. So, really, when you look into it, it seems that the most likely explanation was that they poorly managed inventory at a lot of these stores and they were bleeding money for various other reasons not related to theft, or it's another way for them to, pass along cost-cutting measures to their investors. That's crazy. Now that YouTube supports pronouns in bio, have you added to it? Not yet. I didn't know that YouTube had done that. But all I'm saying is, guys, when a company releases a PR, sends out a press release, and media just kind of reports it as if it's fact and doesn't actually add any data to back up those claims, maybe take it with all of the grains of salt. Don't just blindly, accept it as truth, which unfortunately a lot of people in the media do. It's part of kind of our capitalist mode of production, and it's deeply disappointing to see that also happening at TYT. So, there you go. We did a segment. All right. Calling GayFesh. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. 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 Is anything TYT does disappointing now? Just one of the more of the same? I don't know how much of the debate between Hassan and Jank did you see last night, Sam and Moose? Because a lot of what they do recently has been extraordinarily disappointing. Just like to say it's very amusing to me that my gallbladder shat the bed entirely about 30 minutes after the EAS test yesterday.
Hey.
Hello, GayFesh. How you doing?
Sorry, I don't know how long you were calling me for. I was talking to chat, but how is it going on?
It's good. I've had a long day. Yesterday we did a 10-hour long stream and I went over the entire Jank and Hassan discussion / debate, and it was infuriating, and I'm very tired today. So
yeah,
that's where I'm at.
Hang on, I'm adjusting your volume because it looks like you're peaking on my end. Can you give me a test again?
Test.
Okay, that sounds much better. Actually, I'll bump you up just a little bit more. Did you want to do video? I can show off my feshy goodness.
Let me see. I have a difficulty with my streaming software and my camera, so I'll have to shift this around a little bit. Give me a minute. Boop. Don't panic, chat. Don't panic. You just can't see me, but I'm still here. Turn on.
Oh, let me turn on my camera. Come on, camera. Turn on for me.
Out.
Why is my camera not turning on? Hang on. Turn on camera. There we go. Okay.
Hello.
Okay, let me pop this out. Get this in the right. Streams are always fun to get set up.
Yeah.
Okay, and then beautiful. Let me get stuff on stream. So how you been? What do you want to talk about today? Because you reached out to me on this one.
I did. Honestly, I'm just trying to be better at chatting to people. I'm not terribly good at reaching out, and there we go. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
And so I, you come into my chat pretty often, and I think you're cool, and you talk about media, and you know, I was a media critic at one point in my life, and
Oh, you
so
were. I didn't know that. That's cool.
yeah, I worked as a video game critic for like 8 years.
Oh, fun.
Yeah.
Uh, hopefully, none of the GamerGate stuff hit you in
Uh,
particular.
I mean, it did a little bit. It it's been very interesting. Like, you know, one of uh, one of my friends had to um go effectively into hiding and change their name and
Oh, geez.
move across the country, and so like I have some pretty strong feelings about Gamergate to this day. Like,
Yeah,
it's
you
not
know,
something that's ever gone away.
yeah, because I remember when Gamergate was starting, and like when I see people now who like you bring up Gamergate and they're just like, "Why are you bringing that up? That happened. That was forever gone." I'm like, it never really went away. It changed its like um form and it changed its name, but it's always just been omnipresent. Like, I mean, like, for a lot of people, I'm just like, yeah, what do you mean Gamergate went away? It's called MAGA now.
Yeah, well, the honestly, it's really wild how well kind of paying attention to Gamergate has translated into like actual political knowledge now.
Uh huh.
Like, I mean, like Mike Cernovich was huge among like conservative folks during Gamergate. Now he's basically doing political ops for conservatives. You know, like
Well, Steve Bannon, like he literally saw Gamergate and was like, this is a recruitment tool to the right.
yeah,
Uh,
a lot of people don't know that Steve Bannon, like one of the things that like Steve Bannon used to build up his wealth was like basically owning gold farms in World of Warcraft,
yeah,
which is
man, I remember
insane.
that. Yeah.
But then
You
like
know,
but then like
I
you have
played WoW
oh
and I always I played WoW and there were times that I was like tempted to buy gold. I'm glad I never did.
yeah.
I and once they added in the thing where you could like convert like the month game time into like an in-game item that you could trade. I was just like, okay, well that's just a legit way to buy gold now, so I don't actually have to go through skeevy uh gold farmers. But yeah, no, Gamergate, yeah, that's a wild era.
I
It's been
mean,
something I've been thinking about more recently too, just in terms of the tactics and in terms of, I mean, obviously, Brianna Wu was a pretty notable target of Gamergate, and I did a video on her last week, so
yeah.
I've just been thinking about it.
Yeah, that was a good video, by the way.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, like just so many other figures too, like Milo Yiannopoulos, who's less relevant now, though still kind of lurking in the shadows, I guess.
He kind of had like one last hurrah where he like used Kanye West to gain a little bit more prevalence, and I think he did a debate with Destiny like a couple months ago or something like that. Um, but like for a long time, like he because for people who don't know, like Milo used to just be like on regular the cable television, like just
Mhm.
he was just on everything, and it wasn't until like he comments about him basically supporting pedophilia came out that they finally dropped him because I mean most conservatives are pedophiles but they can't say it.
Yeah,
He
like
said the quiet part out loud.
yeah, he was like he said something along the lines of being supportive of like Catholic priests abusing children, and
Yeah.
like I mean there are very few lines you can't cross when you're in that space, but that happens to be the bottom of the barrel. Um and
Just
yeah.
um I remember Demon Mama used to cover like some of Milo's like his fall from grace because there's do you know who Michael Voris is? The church militant.
Oh,
They're
I yeah.
yeah, okay. So she actually covers or at least used to. I wish she would go back to it, but the church militant has their own website. They're like they're a tradcath organization. Michael Voris is an ex-gay guy who Yeah, yeah, air quotes ex-gay, obviously, but that's kind of the thing is that when Milo had like no money, he ended up working for the Church Militant,
Mm-hmm.
and it was so very obvious that he and Michael Voris were fucking. Like they did an interview and like he's just being a bratty bottom the entire time, and you're just like, oh, the sexual tension here. Oh, you can just feel it. You know they fucked. Um, but like he was doing so poorly that they literally had him doing like QVC style uh um videos where they're just hawking like pewter casts of like the Virgin Mary for like $30 to the old people who are watching on YouTube. And oh god, that was pathetic.
I
And
do.
I was watching that, I was just like, oh, you love to see it, to see where he was at his height and what he has been what he's been driven to.
I know. I remember there being like a news story about him being broke and having to sell his like an actual throne that he had bought for like $70,000 and and nobody wanted to buy it, and how he was like it was just like, man, this feels nice. I'm going to remember this in darker times. uh
So there was one thing that I kind of wanted to talk about. And it kind of relates to the video I did last week on Brianna Wu, and Progressive Victory.
mhm.
Um, I know you've done a lot of work with Progressive Victory, but I don't know what that work is.
Yeah.
I've just heard that like people have just said like you've basically done about as much work for Progressive Victory as anyone.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of curious, what have you done? I know you've done a lot of promotion and stuff, but like
Yeah.
just
I did like a lot of the behind the scenes work, and there are gonna be some parts of this like I just can't talk about, but
sure, sure.
yeah, like I was one of the people like essentially reaching out to other content creators, getting them on board, checking in with them on a weekly basis to see like what can I get you to like convey like any talking points or any like angle that might be useful on like a topic like say contraception, or getting people out to volunteer either for knocking on doors or phone banking or text banking. I've been working with them for a while, like since I think before Progressive Victory was like officially a thing. I worked with one of the guys who like kind of founded it on like a Medicare for All just kind of trial run, because
Right.
really the entire idea of like Progressive Victory in a nutshell is that um, the old political machinery is kind of like it's outdated, and young people in particular, aren't really using it anymore. Like, young people typically, we're not going to answer our phones. We're not going to like, respond to a weird text message that just pops up. We're not
My
going to.
phone is like, unless you are in my address book, it just goes straight to voicemail. I do
Yep.
not pick up calls.
Yep. And the other part is just like emails are basically, if you go to Washington and you go to like Washington D.C. and you talk to
Yeah.
like people who are in office, even if they're like late 40s, early 50s, to them the newest thing is like email lists, and if you're lucky, you'll get a slightly younger person who is familiar with like Twitter, like that's
Uh-huh.
that's kind of like the cutting edge of what they're familiar with. And so kind of the thesis of Progressive Victory was, and still is reaching out to kind of this streaming space to get people activated in more politically minded directions, because there is an intimacy involved with like making content that is live and responding to the audience, chatting with folks, etc. And that is actually extraordinarily powerful when it comes to communicating the need to volunteer for um, political causes that affect all of us. And
Mhm.
so, um, a lot of what I did like a year or two ago was kind of proof of concept stuff. Kind of like gathering data to be like, okay, is this more effective than more traditional lines of like activating audiences? Um, and if so, how? And um, that then is kind of gearing up for the 2024 election to kind of like fully get everything in gear and like see if like streamers can come together instead of just being isolated, individuals, and come together as like a group to activate, collectively their audience. Because like, I don't have that big of an audience myself. Like I have like almost 10,000 people on Twitch and like 2,000 people almost on YouTube. That's peanuts. That's like nothing. But
Yeah, I've got less than that myself, but
but I know from just having looked at some of the numbers that me talking to my audience and saying, "Hey, get involved in Progressive Victory," and like sending them over to the Progressive Victory Discord and getting people motivated and understanding like what they can do and how effective that can be, led to thousands upon thousands of doors being knocked on and people being contacted in swing races like the Wisconsin judge race that happened earlier this year, or
I remember that was a big one.
yeah, or the primaries, not the primaries, the midterms in last year. We got people out in Pennsylvania, in other swing states across the country, and it wasn't just like an isolated single one-off race. And the data we got was, I don't remember exactly off the top of my head, but it was something like, exponentially more people respond to a streamer, like encouraging them to volunteer for political races, than people respond to like emails or calls.
There's well, I would imagine probably even more so than just like a celebrity doing a canned get out the vote thing. Although I guess with Taylor Swift, when she told her audience to go and register to vote, like we saw huge spikes. But the Swifties are insane, so that
Yeah.
makes sense.
But like now imagine if Taylor Swift encouraged all of them to like go out and volunteer. Even if like 1% of them did, like that would be like the Republican Party would be done, frankly.
But also, when you consider the size of Taylor Swift's audience, how many of them actually did it, versus there's a lot more direct engagement with streamers because people use the word parasocial as a bad word, and I think parasociality is just something that needs to be acknowledged and engaged with in healthy ways. And the parasocial relationship between the audience and streamers is far more interactive and far more direct and far stronger than the one-sided interaction that fans might have with an actor or a musician. Even in this modern day of social media where you can have an actor or a musician respond to your tweet, with live streaming there is a direct one-on-one conversation going on. You say something in chat and they respond and you see them respond and you get that back and forth. So you get, I feel like, a much more activated user base for a much smaller fan base. You would have more of them just being active. It feels like to me.
Well, yeah, and like you touched on it there, like the parasocial relationship engenders a lot more trust than kind of the like a typical one way like celebrity person relationship might, And so there's a lot more ability to basically be like, and this can also be used in horrible ways, but one of the positive ways it can be used is like getting people involved in our political system and realizing that collectively we have way more power than folks in power want us to believe. And I think that there are definitely people in our spaces that would and do kind of abuse that power, but the kind of the project that I personally believe in is just, hey, we need to convince people by any and all means to get out there and volunteer, because like it's kind of an existential problem that we're facing right now, and we need to band together. I was talking about this with Mike from the Humanist Report last night. We need to band together or we die.
Yeah,
You
like
know.
we keep hearing it's the most important election of our lifetimes, and that's going to be true for every single election from here until forever, basically. The rise of fascism in the Republican Party has been very scary to see, and it needs to be taken seriously. And I feel like a lot of people have this whole thing like, well, we survived 4 years of Trump, so it's not that bad. But so many people didn't survive 4 years
Mm-hmm.
of Trump. Trump's inaction on COVID. Now, I definitely have my criticisms with how Biden's handled it. I mean, the government at this point has basically just given up on the idea that there is still a pandemic going on. But that started with Trump.
Yeah.
And I don't think Hillary Clinton would have responded at all in the same way. And I just feel, yeah, there's a lot of people who just really don't take the existential threat of republicanism seriously enough.
Yeah.
And yeah, yeah, I definitely have my problems with the Democrats. Um, but it feels like PV is working kind of to address a lot of those too. I mean, you were talking about how like the idea of email lists is fairly novel in Washington. Like, oh, that's the new thing is email lists,
Yeah.
and like it makes me think of what was it, the leadership age gap between the Republicans and the Democrats, where the average age of a leader in the Republican Party is what, in their 50s or 60s, and for the Democrats in their 70s or 80s. Like Dianne Feinstein just died, and she shouldn't
Yep.
have been in office for probably over a decade by this point. Like it
Yep.
was just elder abuse. That like they were literally just weakened at burning her for this last term of hers. And we need new blood. And it seems like I think I was seeing people talk about how the plan now for PV is to actually like go out and try and get specific candidates to the primary and or like run in primaries. Is that something that's been going on? Or
Um, I'm not aware of that.
okay,
But I believe, like, you know, in terms of like politics and like figuring stuff out, this is really kind of the first real test of progressive victory.
right,
At scale. So it's going to be one of those things where right now, the election had, it feels like the election has started already, and in a lot of ways it has, but we have to keep in mind the primaries haven't even finished yet. And
right.
when the primaries finish is kind of when the floodgates open, regarding like money and ability to do things. And I saw someone in my chat ask about progressive victory working with any like normie streamers, and I know that is part of like
That
the plan.
would probably be a good plan. Yeah,
Yeah,
like you get like like Pokemon's audience or something like that to sign on. I don't
yeah,
even pay attention to normie streamers. I'm all in the political space, so
yeah.
Pokemon's like the only one that even comes to mind. And
Well,
I mean, wasn't she in the Among Us stream with AOC?
yeah, but like part of it is normie streamers are harder to engage, much like you can kind of think of them as like kind of disengaged voters to an extent. Like
Yeah,
some of them get it like right off the bat, but there are some also who just like don't really see how that would gel with their audience or how to pitch it to their audience, or just aren't terribly interested in getting involved. And so it's reaching out to a lot of people can be extraordinarily hit or miss, and that goes like even within like our already politically activated space. There were people I reached out to who just weren't interested, never, for whatever reason, would never get back to me. And that's just kind of the nature of the beast. But that the number of responses goes down the farther away from like political activism or whatever we want to call this space. The further you get away from it, the less people respond. And that their response rate is going to spike as we get closer to the election because more and more people get tuned into that. So this is a very roundabout way of saying I would expect to see more normie streamers, and I don't have any inside information on this. I would expect to see more normie streamers get involved for like one-off events or like short collaborations, the closer we get to like 2024 election day.
Yeah, that would be good. Um, I have been having some like conflicted feelings just in terms of like how coalition building is done,
Mm-hmm.
um and who we choose to build coalitions with. And we don't have to get too deep into this if you don't feel comfortable talking about it, but like I did cover the Brianna Wu stuff last week.
Yeah.
And Progressive Victory had, big events at VidCon. And from my perception of what was going on, we had Vosh, Keffels, and DGG.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, anybody who knows anything about me knows that I have no love for DGG. I am kind of like I think like they've even started talking about me again because of my Brianna Wu video. But for my size, I kind of have like an overstated presence over there as like some kind of a deranged guy who doesn't like them at all. I think it's kind of warranted from my end
Mm-hmm.
considering who I'm friends with. Um, and so it was really kind of hard for me to see PV this week, basically uh, celebrating all of these people who kind of have been harassing my friends for years. Um, just go up and like, oh, we're all friends now, we're all pals. Uh, and I don't know. It's just what is the calculus? How do you compartmentalize like that? And like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Kind of sell me on that, you know?
Yeah. So, and I've made no secret about this. Like, I deeply dislike Destiny.
Yeah, I don't think we have any
Yeah.
disagreements there.
Um, what I do, how I compartmentalize that is, I recognize that he has like what is the size of his like YouTube subscriber base? Like
I think it's like
700,
800,000 now,
800,000. Yeah.
something like that.
And that we're playing when it comes to like mobilizing for political stuff, we're playing a numbers game, right? And that is, well, we're both playing a numbers game, and also none of the people involved on the streamer level need to be friends. That is not a requirement at all. And if it was, like, it would be a social club, not like a political organizing group, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
And so, like, I think Vosh said something either like on Twitter or like a stream that I tuned in for like 20 seconds, but said something along the lines of like, we're still not friends. People are like shipping us, but we're not friends. And like that,
Well, you can see in those photos, Destiny clearly doesn't want to be there.
yeah.
That was one thing that I was looking at. I was just like, I've seen all of these people fighting with each other on the internet for years, and I couldn't sit down at a table like that. And like, there's something I I don't think I can compartmentalize in the way some other people can, but I would never be at a table with Destiny, even if we were both like doing PV work. I'd be like, I'm not going to be in a photo with him. Look, we can both get audiences to go knock on doors, but I'm not gonna pose for photos with the guy. You
and
know?
and that's fair. Like at the end of the day, I don't think Progressive Victory is interested in trying to force people to into situations they don't want to be in like that.
Mhm.
But also they'll still make the case that like, hey, having everyone together here is going to generate like a lot of attention of like, look, these streamers can set aside their beefs and get together and work together, and that could potentially mobilize more of their audiences, which I think is a decent point. And like when we're talking about like an audiences like the Majority Report and Destiny and Vosh all combined together, like what is that, like potentially like 2 million people? Is that
Yeah.
would that be like a fair amount of math going on there?
Well, I'm sure there's probably substantial overlap too within those audiences. I feel like a lot of people who watch Vosh also watch the Majority Report.
Yeah.
Um, and there's still a sizable overlap between DGG and VGG. Maybe not so much in the chats, but I do know there are quite a lot of people who watch them both. I mean, there's been a sizable, like, but there's that Destiny Vosh shipping account that like people were
Yeah.
retweeting because he's like, I got it, I had it happen. So like there is some overlap. So I don't know if you can just add all of their audiences together, pure numbers, and get
Yeah.
the full result. I would say it's probably less than that, but
But
yeah.
regardless of what the actual number is, like we can agree that even if like that resulted in 1% more people wanting to get involved, like that would be a really large number of people, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so one of the things that I learned while participating in this is that typically if there's not like any kind of like volunteer push from outside forces, like say a coalition of streamers, um you're gonna have like 3-4 volunteers sometimes doing door knocking or phone banking. And what happens when you get these volunteers, even if like 10 people show up, that's like more than doubling like the size of some
Yeah.
of these volunteer groups. It's allowing them to reach actually exponentially more people.
What's the numbers on like how many people a single volunteer would reach typically?
So that depends on like, what form of like, volunteering they're doing. Phone banking, you can reach more people. Door to door, you reach less people, but door to door is also the most effective way to turn out more votes.
Yeah.
And so typically you would find like a volunteer can reach maybe between, if they're volunteering for like a weekend or something, 100 people, maybe like 100 doors knocked. And
So 10
that's
people, that's 1,000.
yeah, exactly.
That's pretty
Like
good.
and and it depends on the person, how motivated they are. Like if they're making calls, like that's even more people. And also the benefit of like phone calling is that you can do it literally from anywhere. So it's one of the more easy like online asks to make of people. So again, like every one of those people who can be turned out to volunteer can help turn out more votes, because again, the vast majority of people in America are just not plugged in politically. And the other part of this is that you're not being sent to just knock random doors. Typically what will happen in elections is they'll give you like, here's an area of likely voters, people who just need to be reminded what day it is that they need to go vote, or need like someone to tell them why it's important that they vote, what their vote could affect. And so reaching those people is not just like you have to debate them into like going to vote. You just have to like remind them. You can have like a discussion if you want, or if they want, and like then you move on. So like the potential to reach people is huge. And when we look at like the midterms or like the Wisconsin race, some of the margins were very small. I had a someone in my chat the other day who was like a volunteer coordinator for I think during the midterms, and they said that one of the races that they participated in like was determined by 7 votes. And
Geez.
so like when we say like volunteers can literally make the difference between whether or not more progressive or a not fascist gets elected, that's not just like blowing smoke up anyone's ass. That's actual like
Yeah, 7 vote margin. That would if that was, and that was PV that was doing that
yeah.
specifically, or was that just?
Oh, I no, that person I think was unrelated. But
Okay,
like,
but it was just different organizing. But 7 vote margin, they swung that election.
yeah.
Them specifically would have, yeah, at those margins, yeah, definitely.
And so I guess to kind of bring it back around, Um, how I compartmentalize it is remembering like what the stakes are, and then like how thin some of these margins can be. And
Sure.
if we can turn out just a few more people to some of these election sites, and again, the benefit of kind of this online organizing is that we can effectively turn out for any race in the country with phone banking. Um, and that is actually pretty powerful. So,
That's very powerful. Yeah.
um, that's kind of how I compartmentalize that. I know you asked a few other questions. I forgot them as I was trying to answer that one. Sorry.
Oh, well, I'm trying to remember. I do kind of in terms of the outreach and like getting streamers to go and direct their audiences to PV. Is there ever a concern about like which streamers you reach out to, if like getting them on board might get their audience but it might turn away other people's audiences? Like they're like, oh, your PV's working with this guy, why would I go and phone bank for PV? Is
Uh,
that a concern?
yes. I can tell you that's a concern. I don't want to go too deep into that.
Hmm.
Just because it gets a little too deep into baseball that I
Sure.
just
You
isn't.
don't yeah,
Yeah.
you don't want to, yeah, go,
Um,
sure, but
but yes, that is something that is talked about extensively. Who to bring on, um, and sometimes it's it's not any it's not something that like I as a single person can control. Does that make
sure.
sense? Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's an organization. There's not a single person in charge, right? Um, yeah, it's just that's been something that's kind of been, because like, and I'm not trying to like, get too much into drama here, but I just as I've been thinking on seeing the PV stuff, a lot of the people that were at the PV stuff with VidCon are people that have like directly been harassing my friends for years. And in particular, Doe is a friend of mine.
Mm.
Doe's a dear friend of mine in both senses of the word. Doe's a dear friend and Doe's a dear friend.
It's great.
And yeah, Doe is great, and Doe has never done anything to anyone. Doe is the nicest person you will ever meet, and a lot of these people apparently, she wasn't in any of the photos, but apparently RGR was there.
Oh, really?
I saw Stardust had tweeted out that RGR was there as well. She didn't
Mm.
show up in any of the photos, but yeah, she was there. And if you know anything about Doe, you know about RGR. And I just, at some point when I look at all of those people who are there, and there's some part of me that goes, I'm tired of Doe being the one being asked to just let it all go and be the sacrificial lamb on
Hmm.
the altar of coalition building and everyone coming together to defeat something else, but nobody else ever has to apologize for anything they've done.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
just I have been really having trouble the last couple of weeks with squaring that.
Yeah. And there are some things I could we might be able to talk about off stream, but
Sure.
like I feel that very deeply. And yeah, some of the stuff that came out recently, like were if I had been working with Progressive Victory, I would have at the very least on something like that, I would have maybe like distanced myself from um, that part of the campaign for whatever it's worth. For the record, like I didn't have any hand in putting together the VidCon stuff.
Hmm.
um I
It was
heard.
my impression that like a lot of that was Brianna Wu was organizing that, right?
Yeah.
Because it certainly seemed from her Twitter timeline that she was she said she had been doing like 60 hours a week for months to get the thing together, because she was regretting not being able to make it to the panel
Hmm.
because of COVID. Which, yeah, that sucks. I get that. Looking forward to that for a long time, then not being able to make it, that sucks for her. Yeah, it's just I have had concerns about PV just because of that whole situation. And I when you reached out to me, I was just like, you've done work with them for so long, maybe
Hmm.
you can assuage some of my fears in this
Yeah,
regard. And
I would just say that Brianna Wu, uh, as far as I know, is not an official part of PV.
Hmm.
They've partnered on
Yeah,
things.
because she's executive director of Rebellion Pack, right? That's a
Yeah.
separate thing.
So like they've been working together, but like Brianna Wu is not in the leadership of Progressive Victory.
Hmm.
So that's one thing, is that there's been some like conflation, and that is I just want to make sure that that's clear, that that is not the case. Um,
That's good.
yeah. But it's yeah, I would say it's pretty, the things that were leaked from Brianna Wu's chat, really fucking bad.
Yeah,
The
I would say so.
comments about Black Lives Matter, really fucking bad. Like hijacking the left. The idea that inconvenient trans people are pulling down the entire left and will destroy it. You know, those sneaky non-binaries. Um, and
That's one
and
thing that I did a segment on this actually earlier in stream. There was a kind of one of the best female tennis players in the world. I've already forgotten her name, but she's a Czech American
oh, like
tennis player.
Maria Partalova or whatever.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
And she's had like a huge turf turn recently, and I did a segment on her. Um, Mostly because she just came across my stream, my feed on Twitter, and I saw that like a bunch of like celebrities, like Mark Hamill and Linda Carter, were following her. I'm like, well, they must not know about this. So I just tagged like a bunch of the celebrities that I was following that were also following her. I'm like, hey, do you know that she's a turf? She was trained. Her coach was the first trans woman to compete in the U.S. Open as a female tennis player.
Oh my
And
god.
like, so when this is, and just talking about coalition building, this is, one thing that I kind of want people to, just watch their back on, is that there are things that you and other people are going to agree with, specific issues that once that's been gotten,
Mm-hmm.
they might stab you in the back over.
Well,
A lot of cis gays and lesbians turned their back on the trans community once they got gay marriage.
yeah.
And certainly it was good that they got gay marriage, and trans people were instrumental in the fight for that. And
The thing
it's
I would
yeah,
say is like politics is going into some situations knowing that that could be the case. You know,
yeah.
like I don't do I anticipate like Vosh and Destiny being good friends, or like even good collaborators for a significant period of time? Not
No.
necessarily, but like for the purposes of where we're at now, like that's kind of like what I care about. And I view kind of like building the structures that allow us to collaborate effectively as kind of the long-term goal, and then the short-term goals are just kind of like these collaborations that are probably probably like doomed to be short-term, but like if that helps us to avoid fascism, that's fine in my book, I guess. I guess I don't go into this expecting a
Friends.
lot of, yeah, I don't expect friends or people to like, you know, be nice or chummy, like, and it sucks because there is kind of that impulse where you want to be friends with everybody.
Yeah.
But and especially like when you're all coming together on something that you collectively care about, but then, you know, uh that's part of the, I guess, one of the dangers of politics. Um
Yeah. Well, like, I have, when I see people make calls for leftist unity, I like, that has to be very targeted and very particular about what you're uniting about.
yeah.
Because you know, almost always when I hear calls for leftist unity, what I see is daggers in the back of anarchists, because that's usually how that ends up happening in the long run. Um, so
I do want to say just real quick. Also, hi Sam in YouTube chat. You bring up a really good point, which is that like when it comes down to like the actual members of communities collaborating,
mhm,
it's the amount of difference is not nearly as much as like the personalities and the streamers themselves collaborating. You know, like Destiny and Vosh probably never going to get along, but members of Destiny's community and members of Vosh's community definitely can get along and have gotten along. And like I went to Netroots Nation earlier this year to give a talk about like online organizing, and like there were people there who like were radicalized by Vosh. There were people there who were radicalized by Destiny, and like we were able to work together and like not hate each other. And like that's
Well, and there's
that's possible,
probably something
you know.
there's probably something to be said too, just in terms of utilizing the parasocial engagement with your audience, is dangling that carrot of the future Destiny Vosh friendship. It's like, oh, if we knock enough doors in PV, maybe Destiny and Vosh will get a burger together again.
Well, like it's less about that and more about the fact that like ultimately like we have preconceptions of what like the Destiny community is, and we have preconceptions like other people have conceptions about what the Vosh community is or the Riverboat Jack community or whatever.
Yeah.
But ultimately, when you roll up your sleeves and you're paired up with somebody to go knock on doors, like you guys are having a human experience together and like supporting each other and like helping each other get the work done. And that is an experience that I think tends to wear away kind of the veneer of like which team you came in thinking you played for, if that makes sense, and you kind of are able to play on the same team. And
yeah, for sure.
I think that
hang on just 1 second, because I just got rated in by Demon Mama. So Imps, welcome in. Make sure you drop a like and subscribe to my channel. I'm sure you all know me and love me, and I know you all and love you. Welcome into chat. We're having a good talk with Riverboat Jack right now about coalition building and, you know, the pros and cons and how you know, square your circles and deal with working with people you hate to get people you hate more out of office and stuff like that. So come on in. The water's warm, and enjoy the stream. And back to the conversation.
Welcome, Demon Mama community. Yeah, we're basically just kind of the idea that at the end of the day, a lot of people are just people and like capable of having like relationships and like, you know, friendships and or just like temporary allyships with people who you know, just come from a different online community. And I just know that that is a thing that has happened, and I've seen people come out of experiences like that. And I also think it's worth noting that a lot of the people who do wind up going to volunteer are not like the, you know, the terminally online folks who are posting like nasty shit about people every day. The people who turn up are people who care and want to make a difference and are willing to like, you know, work with people from outside their community to do it. So just throwing that out there. Also, real quick, Nominal Naomi, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, raiders.
Oh, I love Naomi. She's great.
We're talking with GayFesh tonight.
Well, that's wonderful. We just had there's two creators that I really like, Demon Mama and Naomi, and they just raided into us both. That was very kind of them. They knew this conversation was happening, and they just wanted to help us out.
Yeah, it's been a very good conversation so far.
Yeah, I feel like I've had a lot of apprehensions of just I haven't had the most positive view of PV just over the last. I feel like you've done a lot to try and get things focused and be like, yeah, okay, yes, these issues are important, but so is this other stuff, and there are ways where, like, even if your audiences are working together, you don't actually necessarily have to interact with them. Like, if you're doing phone banking, you're not really like you're in your house on your phone talking to people. You're not like having to interact with people you don't like.
Well, and that's and that's the other thing.
Other than people you might get on the phone that you might not like, but know that.
But like that's the other thing. Like if you are just hard line, I will not work with anyone from X community. Like that's something that like in the Progressive Victory Discord, like they'll take that into account, and they probably will do. They'll do everything they can to make sure you're scheduled with, people you're more comfortable with.
Sure.
So, yeah. Um. Yeah, I will just kind of to say, like, I understand where you're coming from with, like, concerns and worries about a variety of this stuff, and some of it I just can't talk about on stream.
Yeah,
But
I get that.
yeah, they are concerns I share in a lot of respects. So just know that, like, you aren't alone in feeling that way.
Well, that's good to know. Yeah. Um. Yeah, and I hope to see good things come from PV. The Democrats definitely need fresh blood, and I kind of hope that doesn't just come from everyone else aging out by dying, and
Yeah.
hopefully PV can help in some of that by making
Yeah.
sure, yeah,
Well, like,
we
not
get more progressive people on the ballot and in Washington.
well, not to toot PV's horn too much, but, like, uh, I have seen some of the numbers. I'm firmly of the opinion that Progressive Victory's involvement in, like, places like Pennsylvania, like, got John Fetterman elected, like, made the difference there.
That would be cool. That would be so cool if that's true. Yeah,
And
that's amazing.
and so, like, the proof of concept, I think, has been extraordinarily successful, and 2024 is likely just going to be, like, hardline organizing for Biden.
Yeah.
But what I'm really excited about is if we do manage to elect Biden and avert, like, a fascist takeover of America, then kind of the next step would be kind of finding, well, like, bully Biden, but also, for as far as, like, Progressive Victory, being able to source and find more progressive candidates who need the volunteer power to, like, make a difference. Because again, especially if we're talking, like, local or state elections, like, having an organization that can mobilize volunteers to the extent that Progressive Victory has the potential to, could be, like, one of the vehicles to get progressive candidates elected to office. And that, I think, is really exciting.
I
As a potential.
I don't know if you remember, there was a guy named Joshua for Congress who was running in Washington State. I think he was actually running in Vosh's district. He ended up kind of, like, being a bit of a flake, but he was, just running completely outside of the system, but initially as a Democrat, up until he filed. But I just he filed as, like, an independent because the Democrats weren't giving him any financial support.
Cool.
Which, yeah, like, I get it, but also, like, he pledged to run as a Democrat, and I wonder if there had been PV back then who had pledged someone like him support, if he might be in Washington now or something like that.
Could be.
And again, I do think Joshua for Congress, once, like, he ended up actually getting into conversations with people, he ended up not being probably the best candidate, but seeing outsider candidates who have strong progressive values, who are young and can engage a young audience like he did on Twitter, that would be good. And if they have a built-in base of support from organizations like PV, I think that could really help to swing things over.
Yeah, because I mean, like, as the saying goes, they have money, but we have people, and the issue is, like, turning out people is one of the hardest things to do in elections. And so having a vehicle to do that could open up so many more possibilities. And I'm just very I'm excited to see how that plays out. I can't make, like, guarantees, obviously, or, like, but it is one of the things, in in a bleak political time like I feel like we're currently in, I take a lot of heart from like the labor movement, but not from like our political landscape. But that is one of the few things in our political near future that could be really exciting and interesting and make a huge difference. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of feel like I'm out of things to say on the PV front, but I mean, I'm here if you want to talk about other things as well. I mean, we've got we could talk about, I my channel, I do a lot of coverage of the Hollywood strikes, so we could, get into some of that.
Yeah. The one thing final thing I'll say is I'm
Sure.
glad that we were able to have a talk about the PV stuff because
Yeah.
like I know that there have been people um in a very similar position as yourself, and like there hasn't been a ton of clear communication, I think, from PV on that side of things. So I think that I'm able to like grant a bit of insight into what's going on, and hopefully that was helpful. Um,
It was. It was very
and
helpful.
um, yeah, I just uh trying to choose words carefully.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, it's I do want to say though that like within Progressive Victory, there's a lot of support for non-binary people in particular, and I know that that might matter to a lot of people watching.
That's a
Um,
very important thing to say. Yes.
like
I think that has been on a lot of people's minds lately.
yeah, I know the leadership of PV, and I can personally attest that like the leadership of PV is incredibly supportive of non-binary people. And in fact, I've had one of the members of leadership on my stream to talk before multiple times, named Cam, and they are a non-binary person. So, um, like just letting you guys know, like that is um something that they take very seriously.
Yeah, I can imagine that is very heartening. That's very good to know. That gives me a lot more confidence in that organization, knowing that there are non-binary people in leadership there. Um, Actually, before we move off this topic, I do have I got somebody in chat who is asking, do you know of any particular races we should be on the lookout for next year?
Honestly, the one that I've been trying to wrap my head around is the presidential race. I haven't really been paying that much attention to any of the other races brewing. Probably I need to get more on the ball with that, but like really I've just been trying to grapple with the reality of Biden, Trump, and now the third party contenders potentially of Cenk and Cenk Uygur from the Young Turks.
Cenk wasn't born in America. He can't even run. Like,
and well, and also Cornel West, who definitely can run.
Cornel West has definitely figured out how to be a third party candidate because he's on his third party now.
I so like I'm just trying to like I'm like every day like doing the calculations like is Biden going to be able to do this if like Cornel West stays in the race? Like it's very scary. Like, and that's why I think it takes up a lot of my
Nader
mental
threw
space.
the election to Bush. Like, I don't know. Probably a bunch of my audience were babies or non-existent when that happened, but that was I was in high school when that one happened. I was like just under the cusp of being of voting age. But yeah, I do remember that whole thing going on, and uh I remember there was a bumper sticker that I saw once that says, "Don't blame me, I voted for Nader." And I'm like, "No, I'm literally blaming you."
Well, and regarding like Jenk running, I've watched like a bunch of his content about like his arguments, and his arguments really seem to boil down to there's something hidden in the 5th and 14th Amendment that will allow me to run, and even though it's not settled case law, I think I can make a good argument for it if it does go to the courts. that naturalized citizens should have all of the rights, including the right to run for president as a natural-born citizen.
I mean, I certainly would agree with that, that
Yeah,
a
yeah,
naturalized citizen should be able to run. I think there well, I know McCain was born in Panama, but he was born
yeah,
on a US base to American parents. And likewise, Ted Cruz, he was born in Canada, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
And then
So like
George Romney ran for president, even though he was born in Mexico.
mhm.
But I think a lot of the arguments for those hinged on like, oh, but I had American parents. I had natural born American parents.
Well,
Therefore, I
and
have
like
the
McCain being
blood of
born on
America.
a base. McCain was born on a US military base. So
Yeah.
like yeah, that
Um,
you know, you can say, "Oh no, that's still Panama as a country." It's like, "No, come on. We're America's an imperial force. We've I mean, we owned the Panama Canal for
yeah.
like forever."
So I'm not entire like honestly, it just seems like kind of hand wavy nonsense because like I also agree he should be able to run for president. The main issue being like our our country is kind of founded on a bunch of white supremacy, and there's like
Yeah.
still white supremacy written into our constitution and legal codes, and so like I genuinely have no idea if like that would hold up in court or not, you know?
I mean, I feel like it wouldn't even be something that would come up in court unless he actually won, right?
Yeah, that's
So I
that's
guess
the
so
other
at that
element.
point it's kind of moot anyway. Like the
Yeah,
only thing Jenk can do by running third party is act as a spoiler.
yeah.
Um although
He might
is
also
he
be running
did he
in
say
the
he
Democratic Party.
yeah, that's what I was going to ask because I wasn't sure if he was running third party or if he was running to challenge Biden in the primary, which isn't even happening, right? Like
Yeah.
uh
The
yeah.
primary is literally in less than 3 months now. Like the idea that he's putting forward that he is going to run for president, and once he hits 20 to 25% in the polls, Gavin Newsom and the all the governors are going to enter the race like it's the Rohirrim in Lord of the
Well,
Rings.
I'm certainly not putting any chips on Newsom right now.
Oh God,
That
no.
dude just no, that dude just vetoed unemployment benefits for striking workers in California.
Oh yeah, the worst part about that is that he's absolutely setting himself up to run in 2028, and the Biden administration is basically giving their tacit approval. You know,
Well, and like it was wild too because he had just they just signed into law the the $20 minimum wage for fast food workers and the fast
mhm.
food workers council and everything like that. So like right on the heels of that big win for the working class in California, he goes and no unemployment benefits for striking workers
Yep.
because the tax burden. I'm like, yeah, just tax the entertainment industry. They're able to afford a 5-month strike. They can pay for their unemployment. Come on.
Well, and the other stuff, like I think what he's doing right now is he's basically trying to create his bona fides for his future run for office, where he can say, "Look, see, I did all these progressive things."
Yeah.
Um, but also, I'm not too crazy progressive. Look, I vetoed this bill about, taking into account misgendering and dead naming when it comes to custody cases for trans kids. Or,
Oh, did he do that?
yep, he did. He did that. He
Jeez.
also just vetoed regulation that would require a human operator to be in autonomous trucking, like trucks, because that's the
Uh,
next thing that they're trying to get off the ground. They're trying to get the trucking industry automated,
yeah,
and
because that's
yeah,
working so well with Tesla cars. They
yep,
certainly, I'm like, if you come like, I imagine probably a lot of those coders come from the video game industry, so it makes sense that you would have a point system for different kinds of pedestrians, and you really want to go for the 50 pointers. I get it, but like, can we not? Can we just do trains? They're on tracks. They don't need to have any advanced AI to monitor like all of the conditions on the road. They just go on the tracks and you have laws about, not going on the tracks. It's pretty simple.
yeah. Also, if you wanted to automate trains more, you could. it'd probably be a
Yeah.
lot easier.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Whitmer would be like if I had to like rank my choices, I think like Pritzker, like JB Pritzker, and then Whitmer, and then like way down on the bottom it's Newsom. But I'm there's no one I'm really excited for in 20 like perspective for 2028.
Well, and we could have like, some dark horse show up, like, who knows? The future is unwritten, and
Yeah.
yeah. Like AOC came out of like nowhere. Like when she won her primary, nobody had heard of her at all. And now she's like one of the most known politicians in the country.
Yeah, like my when I was really scrambling for, oh god, how do we not have Biden in 2024? Like my pipe dream was just like, oh, AOC is going to be 35. Maybe AOC will announce a run for the presidency, and like she's popular enough where she might be able to pull that off, but I don't know that like she'd actually be able to get much done. It was mostly just like, oh god, Biden's going to be so hard to campaign for.
Yeah, well, whenever I see people talk about how they want like a third party candidate, I'm just like, even if we grant you the impossibility that a third party candidate could get enough electoral votes to win, like the last time we had a third party candidate get electoral votes, was it like George Wallace or whatever?
Yep.
The Nazi. So um in like the 70s. But like even ignoring that, even granting that impossibility that a third party candidate gets the majority of electoral votes and gets in the office, they have nobody in Washington on their side. They have nobody in Congress who's actually working with them. They are going to be on their fucking own.
Yep. It's a sticky situation, but anytime I get like a little disheartened about that, I just look at the alternative is, oh, that's right, it's fascism. Like,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
So I think we're in a period of building political power. That's kind of what our mission is now. For the
Yeah.
meanwhile.
And like I'm sympathetic to people who are who want to vote third party. I have voted third party in the past. Unfortunately, that was in my chud days, and I think I ended up voting for somebody who I later found out was like a literal Nazi. So
Oh
that was fun
no.
for me. um it was, I
You
think
had
it
chud
was.
days?
Oh yeah, I had chud days. I campaigned for Ron Paul in 2008 and 2012. So
Oh my goodness.
yeah, and in 2008, after he dropped out, he endorsed Chuck Baldwin for
Oh.
president, who was running
Oh.
on the Constitution Party, and so I voted for Chuck Baldwin for president in 2008. And that guy is like a literal Nazi, so that's good for me. That's good on my conscience. Fortunately, at the time I was just throwing votes away from Romney, so it ended up not hurting anything. Yeah.
I mean,
But
good. By the
I'm
way, good.
sympathetic, and I really want ranked choice voting. So
Yeah.
like every time I see somebody who's like really hard on the whole like Cornell West thing, I'm just like, you're putting the cart before the horse. You need to support local politicians who will get ranked choice voting. Ranked choice voting can't be done at the federal level because of the way our system is
Yep.
set up. All voting is handled by the state level. So get your state and local municipalities to enact ranked choice voting. The Green Party, if they, I mean, obviously not the Green Party, because they're literally just at this point, it seems fairly obvious. They're just a paid arm of the Kremlin. But some other third party, like if they care about actually being serious, don't run anyone for president. Endorse candidates locally who support ranked choice voting. That's your first and only priority right now if you want to vote third party. That's what you got to do.
Yeah. Well, and it's frustrating because a lot of these people, a lot. One thing I've been increasingly frustrated with of late is just how many people are just full on only about the virtue signal. They're not actually
Yes.
about the things they claim to be about. And uh, maybe that just took me. Maybe that's the norm. and it just took me a really long time to figure out because I'm autistic, and when I say things, I just genuinely mean them.
Hmm.
I don't have ulterior motives generally, and so or if somebody asks me, I'll just be like, yeah, this is why I said that or did that, you know. Um, and so it's frustrating to see people like, Brianna Joy Gray, right, talk about, oh yeah, if you vote for Cornel West, you're sticking it to you're sticking it to the Democrats. You're going to convince them to change, and it's just like, no, you're not going to convince them to change. They
None of these people have seen Game of Thrones. Ned Stark was a cautionary tale.
Well, Ned Stark was a cautionary tale, but also just like the Democratic Party only pays attention to people who vote for them.
Yeah.
If you aren't voting for them, they don't they don't care. They do not care, because they are all about targeting people who are likely to vote for them. End of discussion.
Yeah.
Um, and the like you said, the only serious way you break the two-party duopoly is by fighting on the state level for ranked choice voting. And until we have that in, the vast majority of states, like any of this discussion about a third party, like, we're sticking it to the Dems. It's not serious. It's actually deeply unserious, and all it's doing is trying to be like a holier than thou signal to everyone else in your orbit or in your audience who, oh, I agree with Brianna Joy Gray, and so I'm also a better leftist than all of you. And like, I'm so tired of it, man. I'm so tired of all of like the virtue signaling bullshit and like the co-opting of like social justice language to like make people appear holier than thou when like
It's a bunch of people who are going to be the purest person in the firing line. Like,
like
it's.
yeah, no, I mean, it's just it's frustrating, and I see it percolating down to like less overtly political things and into kind of like interpersonal like drama between people who are ostensibly all on the left, and it's just I that stuff just makes me want to gouge my eyes out. It's terrible and counterproductive, and all it does is spread more bad blood, in order to, kind of a crabs in the pot situation, or lobsters
Well,
in the pot, whatever that
it's
analogy is.
crabs in a bucket.
Okay.
Unfortunately, for a lot of those people, the people who are, standing on quote unquote principle and really sticking it to it, they don't believe anything they're saying. They are grifting for money. Like, Jimmy Dore very obviously is just a grifter. Um, and like, it feels like he's kind of at the limit of his grift at this point too, because he's alienated anybody left on the left that hasn't already signed on to him. And like, anytime he says something a little too leftist, like his audience, which is like full of Nazis now, are just like,
Mhm.
well, that's a little too much. I don't agree with that, Jimmy. So
Well,
yeah, it
the
feels
only
like he's peaked out. And Brianna Joy Gray, I guess, has a little bit more respectability than Jimmy Dore does at this point. But even then, it's like watching that um convo between her and Kyle and Crystal,
mm,
where like Kyle just laid out all of the reasons why it's like, look, here's all of the things that Biden has actually got done. Here's all of the reasons for, voting Democrat. Like he basically slam dunk. I was just like, this is his autistic hyperfocus is bringing out facts and figures, and dude is really good at it. And I'm really glad that Kyle has moved away from his whole, uh, um, because like, yeah, well, he was one of the prominent Bernier busters back in 2020, so it's really
mhm.
good to see him moved on that. But watching Brianna like be all of that and just have like nothing to respond to, and she just pivots immediately, and it's just like, ugh.
Yeah, it's kind of my point where I actually don't think she has as much wiggle room as you might think, because I saw a clip of her the other day. I think I covered it yesterday, where she essentially was defending Russell Brand,
Oh yeah, that
on
makes sense.
on the
No, that
sexual
makes sense.
assault allegations, and it's just like, oh,
That tracks. Yeah, that sounds about right.
oh, She's like, if these women are just coming forward to have him, to use weaponize their very real trauma to have him deplatformed, then I disagree with that. And it's just like, what are you saying? You're saying you agree that he sexually assaulted them, and you believe them, but you think it's wrong to want a rapist to be denied their platform. Like it's so I don't I they're at the bottom of the barrel, man. Like
The
it's the
Onion
end.
had such a good article about this. The headline is "Nation could have sworn Russell Brand was already convicted sex offender."
Honestly, true. True. That's basically what he played in movies for like a decade.
Yeah. Um. Ugh. No. That guy. Ugh.
Yeah,
He's always kind of given me skeevy vibes, even when like I tended to like when he was saying more like explicitly progressive populist stuff. Like, I don't know. He kind of has that Charles Manson look about him, you know.
mhm. Yeah. He I mean, he definitely went in the direction of, I mean, I don't know for sure that he had a cult, but he put out extraordinarily cult leader vibes, like if you put him in a slightly different situation, like that's what he'd be doing.
Yeah.
Um yeah, people in my chat are like, honestly, I really did think he was already convicted.
Yeah,
I
no,
didn't
like
think that was
when
a
I
joke.
saw that headline, I was just that spoke truth to me because I was just like, wait, yeah, no, that makes sense. Wasn't he already? Like, was he not?
Oh god.
I mean, like, Hollywood the way it is, like it really wasn't until Me Too that like even if somebody was like a convicted sex offender in Hollywood, they were still like working as like a top executive sometimes. Like people would have these allegations and they wouldn't always go away, but they'd still fucking work. I mean, like Roman Polanski has been supported by so much of the Hollywood industry for decades.
Yeah. I I don't know why. Like it's not worth it, guys.
Yeah.
It's not, it's just not. Like I don't know how.
And like I've seen The Pianist and I liked The Pianist, but I also watched that before I knew who Roman Polanski was, and I was like, I think it came out when I was in high school, and like now that I know about it, I'm like, oh, fuck that movie. I'm not going to watch that again. That's Roman Polanski.
Yeah. And yeah, for those of you who don't know Roman Polanski in chat because you're politically brain poisoned and don't know movies, he was a director, directed a lot of movies, also sexually assaulted a lot of like underage girls.
A 13-year-old.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, good times. I do remember the first time I had an inkling that there was something going on with him was I think for The Pianist he was given an Oscar. And obviously he couldn't show up because he has been living in France for decades. Because if he goes to the States, he will be arrested, and France refuses to extradite him because he's an autiste. Um,
Cool.
uh it was so like I remember they gave the award to him, and then Harrison Ford was presenting and is like, the Academy accepts this award on behalf of Roman Polanski, and then walks off stage. I was like, oh, that was weird. Why
Ugh.
wouldn't he show up? And that was my first inkling that something was wrong there.
Yeah. Oh god. Um well, speaking of movies and hopefully not like child abusers,
Yeah.
what movies have you been excited about, or like, low key dreading but in a good way? Like
You know, since I started doing movie reviews on my channel, I got the AMC Stubs A list so I can see 3 movies a week. So
mhm.
I've been trying to do 3 movie reviews a week. And so it's kind of hard to like look too far out at movies that are coming up because I'm constantly looking at what's coming out next week that I can review. You're gonna have to give me a minute. Actually, hang on. I do have pull up my phone because every time I see a trailer that looks interesting, I do put it on my phone on a list called movies to see. And oh, there was a trailer that I just saw. Godzilla Minus One is coming out December 1st.
Yes.
And I hadn't heard about it before, but to see a Japanese Godzilla movie get a wide release in the United States, I'm very interested in that one.
Yeah.
Um,
Did you see the previous one that was the previous Japanese one, Godzilla? I'm
To
blanking
be
on the name.
honest, I don't know that I've ever actually watched a Japanese Godzilla movie all the way through. I think I've just seen the American ones. You know, the Matthew Broderick
Oh,
one, and then
yeah,
the was it Universal ones? The
yeah.
Godzilla 2014 and King of the Monsters and Kong v Godzilla, Dawn of Justice or whatever they called it. I don't even remember what it was called. Um, they're fun movie. Those are fun movies. They're very schlocky, and like I kind of get the vibe. It, it just seems like in general for monster movies, it's all of the humans are just filler until you get to see the reptile punch something again. You know?
Yeah, that is kind of what the genre became. But like, I would really like Godzilla is like one of my autistic special interests. But like, I would really recommend going back to the 1954 Gojira, like
Yeah, it's
the
my understanding
original.
that the first one was like a very serious commentary on like the Japan dealing with the nuclear horror. After that, it turned into a lot of schlock, but like the first one
Yeah,
was actually like a very serious movie about it.
yeah. The
Um,
the first one is like a really deep and like provocative look at this, post war World War II and like the trauma of like the nuclear bomb. The rest, as they go on, kind of transitions into like almost like uh wrestling, like the
yeah.
like the characters like come out and will literally do wrestling moves like when they're fighting, and it becomes very fun schlock. But Gojira or Godzilla, uh like amazing, absolutely you should see that. um and then they really kind of brought it back with Shin Godzilla. um
hmm
like it came out, I
I've
think,
heard
like
good things about that one too.
7 years ago, but
Yeah, it was a recent one.
it's very much in a similar vein to that first one, where it's kind of using Godzilla as a way of like exploring natural disaster and like kind of the raw power of like nature, and how that kind of combines with like, nuclear disasters as well. um and I really like it. It's directed by the guy who did the Neon Genesis Evangelion series, and it's really really good.
Hmm.
um
Oh, that would be interesting.
yeah.
I haven't actually seen Evangelion. I am like a total like just if you bring up anime, I just like haven't seen basically anything. I've actually got like a show in the works with Star Panda where
Ooh.
she just shows me 3 episodes of an anime and like I literally know nothing about them. Like I was thinking like as a joke I should just call it Japanimation for the first episode to see how pissed off I can get the audience to go. I mean I watched a couple things. Like I watched actually I don't ever think I've seen an episode of Pokemon. I think I've just seen clips,
Oh my
but
goodness.
I did watch Yu-Gi-Oh when it was on like the what was it, the 4 Kids edit. And and I think the only anime that I can definitively say I've watched all the way through was Trigun, which I quite
Oh
liked.
yeah, Trigun's great.
Um but I kind of have, and and then I've seen a bunch of the Miyazaki films and stuff like that. But I feel like for me, because my brother was such a huge weeb, and he's like, I may be autistic, he's definitely autistic, and he was unable to read the room whenever the
Mm,
topic of anime came up. And the best way that I can describe this is for people who know what AMVs are,
yep.
anime music videos. Have you ever heard of AMV Hell?
No. What
Okay,
is that?
AMV Hells were these series of like basically it's like AMV YouTube poops, okay?
Oh
Um
god, oh god, that sounds like the worst thing.
and he would show those to my grandma to try and get her into anime. My grandma who was alive during World War II, and I'm just like, dude, these jokes you had to explain to me. What are you doing?
Um,
Uh,
yeah, I've also never seen any of Neon Genesis Evangelion. Mostly because I was put off by how creepy people were about like the teenagers in it.
well,
Um,
that isn't that just kind of a thing, like just with anime in general. Like Japan kind of has like a whole problem with the Lolita thing anyway.
yeah,
Um, yeah,
yeah. I mean, like,
it
yeah. It
and it's
at
difficult too because it's like, you know, it's more ingrained in their culture, which means it's harder to engage with media from Japan without seeing that stuff. But it also means, like, if you're going to have a hard line, I won't watch anything like that, then you are cutting yourself off from a lot of Japanese culture. And like their stuff is like, okay, yes, it's going to be in there, you should be prepared to have to groan through it, but there's like still good art that you can get from it, otherwise, right?
well, and there's like a line because there's some
Yeah,
anime
for
where
sure.
like it's very clearly like from the perspective of like, a 16-year-old boy who's like horny for 16-year-old girls, like, and like it's understandable in that context, but like,
Well,
and
and
it
American
doesn't.
culture has had a lot of that too. I
Yeah.
mean, like, you know, the era I grew up in, we had like, you know, the teen sex comedies were all the rage. You know, like American Pie and stuff. Those people are all in high school, but
Mhm.
it's a sex comedy.
Well,
I mean, they're all seniors, they're all 18, so it's legal, but it's still, you have kids in high school, and that's a sex comedy. What it's about. So like, America's not immune in that
yeah.
regard.
Well, and the other aspect is there are some anime who that like tackle it in a tasteful way, and some that absolutely don't. And like, just you gotta, sometimes you're gonna turn on an anime and you're gonna see one that does not handle it in a tasteful way, and that's your cue to nope the fuck out of that show because it's going to be gross all the way through. um
Yeah.
but yeah, the uh oh god, it's also good because anime is kind of maturing a bit more to the point where like the anime series themselves are make fun of people like that who fetishize kind of like the panty shots and whatnot that
Yeah.
plagued a lot of anime, like, you know of the like 2010s, 2000 to 2012, 14, some like that era of
Like I
anime.
know, I don't pay attention to anime that much, so like
Oh,
you would know better than I would, but
yeah.
yeah.
I would recommend Konosuba, if that ever comes up. It's basically It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, but an anime, and it makes fun of nerdy losers who live in their basement,
I think I
fetishizing anime.
saw I think I saw there was like a tweet about that where somebody was comparing an anime to Always Sunny. I feel like it might have been that one.
Yeah.
Let's see, what other movies am I looking forward to that are coming out soon? Oh, Killers of the Flower Moon is Scorsese's next film, and it is about a series of murders that took place on the Osage Reservation, in like, I want to say the 20s or 30s or something like that. Basically, it was a reservation where it turned out that they had oil. And so they were able to make a lot of money, but of course, white men are like, no, I don't know. We didn't know there was oil there when we gave you that land. We kind of want it back now. So that one should be interesting. I'm curious to see how well Scorsese handles a story, uh, where traditionally Scorsese has been telling stories about Italian mobsters.
Yeah.
And I know there was a comment that he had said when they were like working on the movie that he realized he had to go back to the drawing board with the story because he was just telling the white man's story in about, you know, a bunch of Native Americans who were being murdered for oil, and realized he needed to make them more of a focus. um and but it's, you know, it's a Scorsese film, so it's starring DiCaprio and De Niro, of course. But Lily Gladstone, a lot of people are saying she's kind of the heart of the film. So I am curious to see how good that is. I do know that it's going to be a super long movie. Um, I think there was going to be like a director's cut of it that's released either to streaming or home video or whatnot. But the theatrical run right now, I think, is going to be at 3.5 hours. So I really fucking
God.
hope he puts in an intermission.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, I was also very curious about that because of Scorsese. Scorsese has not really, focused that much on like Native American culture, and so I was actually wondering about how he'd be able to handle that. You'll have to let me know. Just
The trailers all look great. Like I look at it and I say this looks amazing, but I also don't know if Scorsese can handle the material.
yeah,
I think Scorsese is a great director, but he has his niche, and this looks like it might be stepping slightly outside of that. I mean, it's still, it's a story about like, a crime spree, so that's
mhm.
definitely right up his, uh, you know, uh, uh, that's up his alley. But it's not about Italian mobsters, so I am curious where he goes with it.
Yeah. Um, do you have any thoughts at all about Wonka?
The trailers make me think it looks horrible, but I am cautiously optimistic because it's by the guy who did Paddington.
Yeah, I'm very torn because I saw the trailers and I was just like, this
The trailer
looks
looks dog shit, but
this looks so bad. But then I love Paddington. Paddington 1 and 2 are like unironically amazing movies.
full disclosure, I have not seen the Paddington movies, but I have heard that Paddington 2 is one of the best films of all time, like unironically. And
It
it
made
makes
me
me want to go see
cry.
them, but oh, I believe it.
I
Uh
started bawling at that goddamn bear. Ugh. Yeah. You
yeah.
you should check out Paddington too. It's quite delightful.
Yeah, no, I definitely let's see what else do I have on my list. Well, I guess I mean I watch everything MCU. Actually, I think Loki season 2 has just premiered like 2 hours ago, so
Hmm.
I'm going to need to take a look at that. But The Marvels is coming out next month, and I don't know how I feel about that one. I was the biggest MCU fanboy for a very long time. But it really feels like after Endgame things have really lacked direction, and
Yeah.
it feels like they are have just turned into a factory that's churning out mediocre product. And so I am less enthused about stuff than I would have been like 5 years ago, which is a shame because like uh, I really think Infinity War and Endgame are legitimately amazing films. Infinity War especially. Like I'm trying to remember the last time that I saw a villain protagonist handled that well, because Thanos is the main character of Infinity War. Like
Yeah.
objectively, he is the protagonist of that film. It is his story from start to finish, and he wins. And I have a problem with cliffhangers in general, um, because it feels like you have written yourself into a corner, and people almost never write cliffhangers knowing how it's going to resolve.
Hmm.
Um, but I think Infinity War kind of avoids that because Thanos is the main character, because he wins. Sure, the half of the universe, their lives are hanging in the balance. We don't know what's going to happen to them, and so that's going to be resolved, in the next movie. But for Thanos, he fucking won. He did it, and so I that's why I think that works so
Yeah.
well. God, I
Al-
love that movie.
Also, like I gotta say, one of the most delightful moments I've ever had in a theater was watching Avengers Endgame and realizing they were gonna do Back to the Future, but with Avengers characters. And I had managed to go in completely blind, and I was just like, oh fuck yeah, this is great.
Well, they
Um,
also they were very light on the promotional material. Like the trailers that they showed, like all of the footage that they showed in the trailers were from the first like 15 minutes of the movie. They wanted people to know like we aren't telling you anything. And like the that it was going to be a time travel plot had been leaked, so like people who were really in the know and looking for those leaks, they knew that it was going to be a time travel movie. But really they were pretty good at keeping a tight lid on what Endgame was going to end up being.
yeah, I have to say I think where like Marvel went wrong is after Endgame. I think they really needed to break it down and start relatively fresh with like standalone like hero stories. You know,
Yeah.
like they did in phase 1, because
Yeah.
like Falcon and still needs like a movie, cuz like
Well, he's getting. I mean, the Captain America 4 is going to be coming out. So like, because Falcon is Captain America now, so he's getting a movie. But every Captain America film has just been an Avengers Light film, right? And that's almost like every film now is just like every single Marvel film is a team up film now. Like, when the Avengers happened, that was like unheard of at that point to
mhm.
have like a big team up film like that. With, I mean, obviously we've had team movies, we had the X-Men, we had the Fantastic Four, right? But this is the first time we had seen them come together from different movies. um and so it was new and it was exciting to see it all come to fruition. But now it is, that movie came out 11 years ago and every movie is now the Avengers, and so it
Yeah.
loses some of its appeal.
Yeah, and it seemed like Endgame just seemed like such a final
If the MCU had
place to
ended
end.
there, if the MCU had just stopped and they were just like, okay, we're just wrapping up, Marvel Studios is done, we did it, I would have been like, yes, thank you.
Yeah.
And on a high note, that's fantastic. Like, and I tell people now, I'm like, don't don't watch after Endgame. Just Endgame is good. You're good. Like, I'm gonna continue watching because, like, I'm a sucker and I kind of hope that it'll get better. But I have really been souring on the MCU.
Yeah, it just seems like if I were you know, given charge of Marvel, like it just seems like the logical step would be Endgame, and then you do nothing for like 4 years, five, and then you start production on like standalone movies to kind of like build up again like a team of characters that that people like but are completely new, or at the very least characters we didn't know very well. And instead what we are getting is just kind of this constant stream of stuff, and like
Well,
I don't know what to do with
some of
that.
the MCU Disney Plus shows have been new characters that they're trying to build up, but I feel like they picked the exact wrong episode count for all of the MCU shows, because at 6 episodes it's like, okay, that's just a movie with a little additional filler.
Hmm.
Um it, and it, it just feels like, yeah, this could have just been a movie. It's not long enough to feel like it merits being a TV show.
Well,
And every single one of them follows the same formula where, like, the fifth episode is the one where, the hero's at his darkest moment, but then he gets the costume and gets ready for the big fight at the next episode, and then the
mhm.
next episode is the big fight, and that's it, and the episode ends. And a lot of these ones, it's like every episode is like not even 40 minutes, and it's just like, just
Well,
make a movie.
yeah, well, and it's there's a cynical part of me, and I think that this might be the case, where they launched Disney Plus and then they realized, oh, or even, before that, the plan was to essentially initially to just have these series be movies. And instead they decided to, you know, film more stuff, chop them up into, 6 episode series, and then put them on Disney Plus as like the main draw for streaming content on the platform. And I think that that's genuinely what happened.
So one thing you have to consider with Disney Plus's launch is that it launched in November of 2019, which is right before COVID hit.
Yeah.
And so a lot of the shows that they had in the pipes that were going to come out in the next couple months all got delayed.
Yep.
Um so yeah, like Falcon and the Winter Soldier was supposed to be the first Disney Plus show. It was supposed to come out summer of 2020. But summer of 2020 nothing was coming out because nobody
Yeah.
was making anything. Um and when you look at it, it's like, okay, well, because it's a fairly standard, okay, yes, this is like a Marvel movie but just a little longer. Honestly, I think it was good that Falcon and the Winter Soldier got delayed and they put out WandaVision first, because WandaVision is like genuinely one of the actual good things to have come out of phase 4 or phase, I mean, yeah, it's a phase 4 show. We're in phase 5 now technically. I don't even,
Oh God,
No
what does that
Avengers
even
movie
mean?
has come. Yeah, what does it mean? If phases are supposed to end on an Avengers movie, and we haven't had an Avengers movie since Endgame, so what the fuck? Um, but and I still hate the way WandaVision ended with the standard, okay, now it's time for the bad superhero with the powers and the good superhero with the same powers to do the same fight and shoot different colored lasers at each other or whatever. It had a shitty ending, but God, every single episode of that where they were actually doing the sitcom stuff and
Hmm.
the attention to detail that they went into to make it feel like an authentic episode of that era, like the first episode, which is like, it is a very Dick Van Dyke Show, I Love Lucy style series, where all of the effects are practical. Like she's, trying to cook a dinner for the boss, for the husband's boss, and she's like having things float around in the kitchen, and they're all on wires, and you can tell they're all on wires even though they painted the wires out because they're dangling like they're all on wires. And it's like everything was practical there, and it's like, oh, it was so good, so much attention to detail with that. And now, where is any of that? Now it's
Yeah,
all okay, here is Marvel product, I have consumed Marvel product, wait 3 months for next Marvel product to consume.
yeah. It is. It's frustrating in particular because some of the ideas and some of what is being delivered is really good, but it doesn't feel part of like a coherent strategy at all. You know, Shang-Chi came out a while ago, and it just seems like
Does anybody remember it?
I liked it a lot, but
I had fun with it,
they
but
never
like,
did
yeah,
anything with it.
he hasn't come back. Like they did the whole tease where there's like, oh, there's something to these rings, and like, he met with like the B team, the Avengers that are still around, like now that the main six are gone. uh or I guess he met with Hulk at least, but
Yeah.
like nobody else is around anymore. But then it was just like, okay, now he's just, yeah, we haven't
All
heard
right.
anything from him since. I guess we might see him. uh, I'm guessing we're probably not even going to see him until the next Avengers movie actually comes out. Like, what else has been announced that's going to have Simu Liu in it? Like, I
Yeah.
don't know. Uh,
and
yeah,
and and then we had Multiverse of Madness, where it was fun to see like Sam Raimi doing silly stuff. Um,
yeah. But I feel like I feel like that movie could have been a lot better than it
oh,
was. I do appreciate
absolutely.
that I do appreciate that, like, because Marvel movies all tends to look fairly samey, and I do appreciate that if you're going for Sam Raimi, you want to make a fucking Sam Raimi movie,
Yeah,
and they did let him make a Sam Raimi movie, but it still
it's not enough
has the
Sam
Marvel.
Raimi, you
Yeah,
know.
it still kind of has the MCU stink on it,
Yeah,
and
let
especially
him
the ending. Holy shit, that ending was so fucking
let
stupid.
let him do his thing. Like just let him loose.
Yeah.
Which is just real quick, like that's the other thing is I feel like not only should they have been grabbing, you know, their IPs for like more standalone projects that they hyped up more, um, but also let the directors that you're grabbing like do the directing without like ironing it all out into like the same thing.
Yeah, so the Marvel process is that all of the fight scenes are usually all planned out by the VFX team often before they even have the director. The
Mm,
director, they always go with like indie directors who have like some critically acclaimed film that's been making the indie circuit. They're like, okay, you get to direct the human scenes and we'll handle all of the VFX. And I really appreciate that Ryan Coogler fought
mm,
against that. He said, "No, when I make Black Panther, I'm bringing my guys in. We're gonna do this." And Black Panther, I think, really fucking holds up because of
yeah.
that. It really feels like it has. I mean, it still has some Marvel third act problems. A lot of that VFX was very rushed. Um, but for a lot of it, it feels like it has a distinct identity and isn't just next Marvel product.
Yeah. I just it really it feels like they need to be taking more risks than they are, especially considering that they're introducing new characters. Like make smaller movies. You don't have to.
Yeah.
Every one of these doesn't have to be a $300 million movie.
Yeah. I'm curious to see what James Gunn does with the DCU. Because DC is kind of in a weird transitory period. I don't fucking know for the life of me why they pushed out the Flash but canceled Batgirl. Like, it legitimately felt to me like that was a decision made above James Gunn's pay grade, that they were like,
Yeah.
no, we have to have the Flash, we have to have two Ezra Millers in this movie. It's very important that this violent abusive asshole who groomed a minor be in the movie twice.
Yep.
But we can't show Batgirl. But like a lot of the movies that are coming out now or like were already in the pipes before James Gunn was like signed on as the DCU director. And like the first thing that he's like, the first thing that will actually be like mine is like an animated show that I don't even remember the name of it, but it feels very much like a James Gunn thing. It's like, here's a bunch of like monster animal characters from the DC canon that are all teaming up together.
Mm.
Which, like, for him, Guardians of the he likes taking weird obscure characters and finding the humanity in them, in these non-human characters. And like, what god I him getting briefly fired from Disney was the best thing that ever happened to his career. Because the Suicide Squad, have you seen the Suicide Squad?
Oh, it's so fucking good.
It's so good. And Peacemaker, I'll be honest, I've only seen like half of Peacemaker. I don't know why I haven't finished it, because I loved it all. I just like I think I just had too many things shuffling, and I just kind of forgot to finish it. But like, oh god, I love James Gunn. And like, I've been talking shit about phases 4 and 5, but Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 was so fucking good. Did you see the Volume 3? I
Yeah.
legitimately cried. There's one line that if anybody has seen Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, I'm about to re-traumatize you, because it's Rocket Thief's Floor Go Now. And
Yeah.
if you've heard that line, if you've seen the movie, you're going to I have re-traumatized you. You're welcome.
Yeah. Like, I understand why they put James Gunn in charge of DC.
Yes.
My main question is just like, is there a cohesive plan for anything from DC? Because
James Gunn definitely seems like he's saying that he has one. And James Gunn tends to be fairly upfront and open about what it is he is doing. He tends to be somebody whose word I trust on when he says something. Like, you have a lot of creatives who are just very hands off and don't talk, but like he will answer questions on Twitter all the time.
Yeah.
And he will like directly go after like leakers and stuff like that, who's like, I've got a scoop on this, and James Gunn's like, I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. None
Yeah.
of this is true. And so he has built in my mind a bit of a reputation that like I am willing to extend him a pretty large amount of faith
Yeah.
that he's got something, and he's going to be directing the new Superman movie. And I am pissed off that they got Henry Cavill back, and they were like, you can announce that you're back as Superman, and then James Gunn is like, okay, well, actually, I want to do a new Superman thing. So no, you're not back as Superman. That does piss me off that Henry Cavill got screwed over that way.
Yeah.
But like, it was leaked that Crypto is going to be in the new Superman movie. And if anybody else was making this movie, I'd be like, don't fucking do Crypto. But James Gunn, I'm like, no, he knows how to do Crypto. I have faith that he can do Crypto.
I saw what he did with that dog in Volume 3.
Yeah. And,
yeah.
and in terms of like, James Gunn having worked with Marvel for so long, DC has sorely needed their own Kevin Feige. And I think that James Gunn could definitely be that for them. But
he's also,
what we've seen from James Gunn in DC is the Suicide Squad and Peacemaker. Those are both great, but we have not actually seen any of the overarching plan for the DCEU. And like, they're doing their own phases. I think he's calling them chapters, but the first chapter isn't even out yet. Like, I guess with the Flash movie, like that ends with the Flash like changing the timeline permanently, and I guess that's the explanation for why things are different going forward. But I have no idea. it's kind of like piecemeal. Like Aquaman is still going to be, you know, Jason Momoa, and so Gal Gadot is still going to be Wonder Woman,
Mm,
I guess. But it's kind of hard to tell what stays and what goes, and where the definitive start of everything is.
yeah.
um I think James Gunn is going to have to be spinning a lot of plates to get this to work, and I don't know that he will pull it off, but like I have faith in him to try.
Yeah, like one of the things that DC has always had going for it is that I feel like the DC properties are just a lot weirder than some of the stuff Marvel has, you know? Um like I did you ever see the Swamp Thing show that they put out and like basically threw into the garbage can as soon as it came out?
I never watched it. I do know that Alan Moore had a very successful run on Swamp Thing, and I think that's where the character of John Constantine
Mm.
was introduced, which I fucking love Constantine. If they bring Constantine into the DCU, I'm just saying, just bring Matt Ryan back. Matt Ryan is John Constantine. He plays him so well. Uh,
But like the Swamp Thing show that they introduced, and also the not Suicide Squad, the other squad, the um oh god, what's it called? It had Brendan Fraser in it. I'm blanking again.
oh, yeah. Why am I blanking on it?
Um
Why can't I remember the name of it? I've never seen the show. I was watching Titans, and I like watched the episode that was the backdoor pilot for it. Why can't I remember it?
Robot Man. I just googled Robot Man. Doom
Doom
Patrol. There we
Patrol.
go.
There we go.
Doom Patrol absolutely rules. It's so good, and like I feel like Doom Patrol is kind of like the what what James Gunn could do to the DC universe, but on like a much smaller scale. You know, like James Gunn could blow something that weird up into like
Yes.
a multi-billion-dollar franchise.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. And that's definitely seems like the kind of thing that he would take. Honestly, if they hadn't made Doom Patrol already, I would very much put good money on James Gunn going, I've got the DCU now. I'm going to make Doom Patrol. But it's already like, I don't imagine he's going to remake Doom Patrol right now.
Yeah.
I think he wants to go with, you know, like obviously the big name. Of course, he's going to have Superman and Batman get movies and stuff like that because people are always going to go see Batman movies. But he wants to go with untapped potential in the DC canon.
Yeah,
And
and just to give people an idea of like how weird things can get, like in Doom Patrol, one of the best characters is just a sentient traveling street. And you might be wondering how the hell is that even a character? But it is. It's one of the most delightful characters I've ever encountered in anything. And I love Danny. Um and and that's not even the weirdest thing in that show. Um and so like I was just looking at kind of the slate of James Gunn stuff coming. So there's like a Superman Legacy, which seems to be like the reboot of Superman.
yeah.
Then there's The Authority, which uh
Uh,
I
it's my understanding the Authority is like kind of like a deconstruct the Authority, to me, to my understanding, is very much similar to like The Boys in some aspects, but I don't really know much more about it than that.
The Authority
um
seems very similar to Doom Patrol in that it's about a group of superheroes with really weird powers. Like
uh-huh
the one I'm seeing as given an example of is a character named Jack Hawksmoor, who is psychically bonded to cities and draws his strength from like the collective will of those cities.
well, that actually kind of, that sounds like an interesting power. Just
Yeah.
like I draw my power from being around more people. It's like, you know, haven't seen DBZ, but what is it like? Give up your like everyone raise your hands for the
Yeah.
spirit bomb or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, um, But yeah, God, what else is in the DCU slate? Let me see.
They have Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow, um, The Brave
I
and the
wonder if
Bold.
they're gonna keep. I wonder if they're gonna. Brave and the Bold is gonna be the Batman movie, and I think James Gunn said that's going to have Damian Wayne as Robin.
Oh,
So,
cool.
um, which like I really want to see Robin done well in film. Like DC and Warner Brothers in particular has been allergic to having Robin in a Batman movie. The last time we had Robin in a Batman movie was Batman and Robin in '97. I mean, you can point to Joseph Gordon-Levitt's character in The Dark Knight Rises, but he wasn't actually Robin. They just threw that in at the end to be like, oh, you should use your first name, Robin. Robin
Wink.
isn't actually Robin's first name. That's
Yeah.
his title. Like, there's never been a Robin in the comics who was named Robin. So, yeah. And then like, when Zack Snyder got control, he just decided, Robin's already dead. Like,
Yep.
um, oh god, Zack Snyder. I think you watched my debate with the Snyder bro.
I did. That was some wild stuff.
Yeah, Zack Snyder, like, I feel like he's often on the cusp of good ideas that he just doesn't put in the legwork to fully develop. I think there is great potential for a movie about a Batman that kills, but you can't do it lazily.
Well, okay.
I would love to see a story in which, after Joker has killed Jason Todd, Batman snaps and starts killing people. I think that could be a fantastic story, but you have to tell that story intentionally.
I think there's actually a lot of potential. Did you ever watch the animated show Batman Beyond?
I did not, but
Okay.
I've heard it's great.
Yeah, the concept is essentially,
He retired because he pulled a gun on someone, right?
yeah, like he like or potentially even killed people. And then his secret kind of gets discovered by this new guy, and he becomes effectively the mentor for this new Batman. And it's kind of set in like near future, and there are a lot of really cool concepts in that I think would translate really well to kind of like a live action reboot where you could explore elements of like, what does it mean for like Batman, aged and looking back on his life to have like made that decision versus
Yeah.
like the new Batman who is now like being tempted down that same path. I think there are ways you could do that in a really interesting way with that as kind of the framework.
Yeah, I don't know that that would necessarily fit in the DCU plan, but James Gunn fortunately has, made allowances for stuff outside of the general canon, because he said anything that is not explicitly in the DCU main canon will be labeled Elseworlds. So like
Mm.
Matt Reeves' the Batman series is going to be an Elseworlds story,
Oh,
right?
cool.
That's his own thing. And I think that's a great way to go about it, because I have always enjoyed that DC is perfectly happy with telling stories outside of continuity. Um, and sometimes they're able to bring some of that stuff out. Like, I'm pretty sure that the Killing Joke was written as like a one-off that was kind of an Elseworlds, because like depending on how you read that story, Batman kills Joker at the end. And
Yeah.
so that's obviously in the canon that didn't happen, but Barbara Gordon did become paralyzed. So, at least that aspect of the story made it into the main canon. So I think there's good opportunity to play with canon and be like, this is going to be its own thing. And then you get great stories like Superman Red Sun. I would love to
Mm.
see them adapt Superman Red Sun. Have you read that one?
I haven't read it, but I know of it.
Yeah, it's for people who don't know, Superman Red Sun is basically, what if Superman's spaceship arrived 12 hours later to Earth, and so instead of landing in Kansas, it landed in Ukraine, and in like the 20s. So Superman comes to power in the Soviet Union. He's Stalin's right hand man, and it's a very, very interesting story. And Oh god, I love that story. And you know, it's one of the few ones where you get to see what Superman would do as a political agent. And certainly many writers have written him in that way to some degree. I mean, like his classic, motto was truth, justice, and the American way. So you had the jingoism there, but
Yeah.
like him acting explicitly as like the leader of, because after Stalin dies, he becomes the leader of the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
And uh oh god,
Yeah, tanky
it's such a
Superman.
creative. Yeah, he becomes leader of the Soviet Union, and Lex Luthor becomes president of the United States to fight him. And oh god, it's such a good story. Um, yeah, but yes, quite literally tanky Superman. And yeah, I would love to see them adapt to that. Did they do an animated adaptation of that? I feel like they might
I
have.
think they might have. That I mean, it sounds like it rings a bell. I know it was at least in the works.
Yes, they did it in 2020. I
Yeah.
should watch that, see how it holds up, because I've just read the comic.
Um, Also, like, kind of, I to the point of like having fun with it and just like throwing weird stuff at the wall. Apparently, they're also gonna have a Booster Gold series.
Yeah, I
Um,
think I heard about that.
which is very fun. He's a time traveler who just makes all of his stuff out of current day technology. and
He basically, his idea is, well, if I go back in the past, I can do cool stuff and people will think I'm a cool superhero, but he's like
Yep.
actually a total loser from his time.
Yeah.
Well, I did just see Blue Beetle this summer, and I know Booster Gold and Blue Beetle have long in the comics been teamed up, so it might be interesting to do that. Although this version of Blue Beetle is not Ted Kord, it's Jaime Reyes, so
How
but like I
was
don't think
Blue
that
Beetle?
matters. What?
How was Blue Beetle?
It was fine. It wasn't like anything amazing, but like I thought I thought it was a lot of fun. I I'm curious to see, because I think that was the first, like, I think they said that's the first one that is in fact in the new DCU timeline.
Okay.
And the way it's written, like, I mean, they like briefly mention that Batman exists, because like George Lopez, the uncle character, he says Batman's a fascist. But aside from that, you watch it and you're like, this could fit in any timeline. It doesn't really matter. Um, but it does kind of have a bit of a generic feel to it. Um, I did really like the family in that movie, because like it's uh I think it's the first Latino led superhero movie, it's my understanding. And so just seeing the family dynamics in that. I wouldn't have cast George Lopez as the crazy uncle, because I think he plays it a little too obnoxious. But other than that, I liked the movie. It was all right.
Okay. Well, yeah, I was considering like going to see it, but like you'd recommend it for like a rental?
Yeah, or if it's on streaming, just if you pull it up, then it's on probably on Max, because it's
Yeah.
not HBO Max anymore. It's probably on Max. Yeah.
Wait, what do you you pay attention to this stuff maybe a bit more than I do. Like,
Uh huh.
what do you think about them removing the HBO branding from Max?
It's the stupidest decision possible. David Zaslav has done nothing but like fail after fail after fail at Warner Brothers. Like, I don't know. That David Zaslav is like one of the big supervillains in Hollywood right now. Like, he's the one who killed Batgirl. He's the one who was just like, we're gonna pull a bunch of old animated stuff off of Max. Like, dude, you're in charge of Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers literally did Looney Tunes. Warner Brothers was like the animation studio other than Disney. What the fuck are you doing abandoning animation like that?
Yeah.
You have the canon. You have fucking Bugs Bunny. Bugs Bunny, the only character, like, if you go back in time to rival Mickey Mouse in terms of being an iconic cartoon, what are you doing?
Yeah. It's I just it was such a baffling move. I thought maybe I was being the stupid one for just not getting it. Like, I
No.
was missing something, but that doesn't seem to be the case.
David Zaslav doesn't care about the entertainment industry. Uh he cares solely about increasing shareholder revenue. and every action that he has done has not been to make good products for the general audience. It has been to look at balance sheets and go, could we make more money if we shit can this $70 million superhero movie as a tax write off? And if you're making that kind of decision, you should not be in charge of an entertainment company.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, it's the cannibalism of capitalism.
Yeah.
Um.
God, no.
Well, I've had a really lovely time talking with you. Let's do this
Yeah, it was a lot of
again.
fun.
Let's do this again soon. I really
Yeah.
enjoyed it.
I've been trying to put together some kind of like a game night stream or something like that. I'm just trying to figure out what games I could get a bunch of people to play. I kind of want to do like a Super Mario Party stream, but
Oh,
like
that'd be
I
so
would
much
need,
fun.
yeah, if you've got Super Mario Party, I would love to do that. I know
I
I've got like
I
Tipster and Sage Alexis are both on board on that one, and I would just need a fourth.
yeah, I'd buy Super Mario Party for that.
Nice. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
maybe I'll hit you up on that one then.
Sounds good. You have a good night.
Oh yeah, and shout yourself out for my stream,
Oh,
and then I will do the same for yours.
yes. Sorry, I was up very late last night.
That's
I'm
fine.
so tired. Hello everybody. My name's Riverboat Jack. I talk about the news and politics. You can follow me over on twitch.tv/riverboatjack or youtube.com/riverboatjack or riverboat.gg. And we'd love to see you, and I love chatting with new folks. So come on over if that seems like a fun thing to do.
And I'm GayFesh. I am a cartoon clownfish with the bisexual flag colors. I do movie reviews. I talk about the entertainment industry. I do a lot of strike coverage. You can find me youtube.com/gayfesh, and actually you can find all of my links at gayfesh.com. I don't have a White
Ooh.
Forest site yet, so right now that just redirects to an all my links page. But if you want to know where to find me, gayfesh.com, you can find everything there.
All right. Well, also, people in my chat have just been talking about how cute your VTube avatar is, and so excellent clownfish avatar.
Yeah, I've been thinking I've got some other stream expenses that I need to take care of first, but at some point I do want to commission Glooby, who drew this, to do some more poses so that I can, change things up a bit, get some more emoting out of this guy. But yeah.
Well, been an absolute pleasure. You have a good night.
You too. Have a good one.
Bye. Oh, sorry to end that suddenly. I could just tell that I'm getting like hella sleepy, and I don't want to like just be like like just absolutely tired in front of a guest, especially. Elgato face cam. Why? There we go. Hello. I too am EP. Well, folks, did you guys enjoy that convo? Also, Rory O'Connor, thank you for gifting a sub, and thank you for being the first person today to financially support stream. The second person today to financially support stream. First person was Mint Kuro. But thank you very much for helping me put food on the table. That was a great convo. I agree. That was very fun. The outreach arc continues. Just got to Moonrise Towers. Just do your best, Winby. Or kill everyone you see. I don't know exactly how you're playing the game. Good convo? Hell yeah. Also, if you're feeling a little saucy, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the goddamn stream, and consider dropping some subs or donos over on riverboat.gg, because that helps me to not die, and I would appreciate being able to continue not dying. I love GayFesh, he's good peeps. Yeah, GayFesh is good peeps. It's a good one to have around. Ooh, win B, that's a good plan. My goodness. Did you guys enjoy the first part of that convo about progressive victory? I hope like you guys, like if you guys had any questions about any of that, or like if I addressed any concerns you guys might have had. Oh, my foot. Why did I do that? Why was I swinging my feet so wildly? Oh god. Why? Okay. It's fine. I like his stream also. Sometimes it's nice to tune it to get away from the political stuff and chill with something more cozy. True. Did enjoy? Excellent. Excellent. Oh my goodness!
Cheers to not dying just a little while longer, Jack.
Dude, thank you for the 5 tier 2 subs! My goodness. Oh, and you got Malaki in there. Or Malachi. Probably not Malaki. Nice. Thank you very much. That is very generous of you. Oh. Malarkey? Yeah, Malarkey, as I pronounce it. Oh, I'm gonna go use the bathroom. But I'm gonna leave you guys with some tunes, and I will be right back. Cozy time? I think we're gonna play games when I get back. Because I could talk about serious things, but I don't want to. Win B.
Jammy.
Thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. I appreciate it. Let's get the camera back here. You don't want to talk about women making games ugly? I do not have the bandwidth to get as angry as I need to over the Corridor Digital folks or that Sydney Watson video. I don't have it in me. I can do that tomorrow. I can't do that today. All right, I'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Also, hello, Entrama. I'm back, everybody. Did I see what Gutfeld said about elections? No. I'm guessing it's something like elections are dumb and we shouldn't have democracy. They want to get rid of elections? Well, yeah, that would be what Gutfeld would say. I mean, Gutfeld is an idiot, but he's also a fascist, and it's part of why he's so popular. Oh, I'm tired. Where did I go? I went to the bathroom. Gutfeld is Steven Crowder, but somehow less funny and somehow way more successful. Mike Lindell is reporting he's broke. That doesn't surprise me. I'm pretty sure like a video from like 2 or 3 weeks ago was him crying about how his pillows sucked. True, Twitter has removed article titles. It's completely terrible. Everything's bad. Look at gay superheroes and go to bed. Now, I'm considering doing video games. Jack wants a clusterfuck? What? Also, yeah, Trump probably leaked information about nuclear submarines to the Australians. So, you know, it's been a day. Aw, this is really wholesome. This is Midnighter and Apollo from one of the upcoming properties James Gunn is turning into a movie. From The Authority, I think? That's really wholesome. Well, yeah, to a random Aussie billionaire, yeah. Gay Superman and gay Batman? Nice. I'm here for it. Do I want to chat? What about Entrama? I don't know, just like catch up? Do you mean on stream or like off stream? Like which, I'm confused. I'm very sleepy. We gotta be clear. Let me be clear. Oh, that was the thing I scheduled with GayFesh. Honestly, tomorrow we'll be doing call-ins, so if you want to swing by tomorrow and do a call-in, that'd be totally cool. We'll do more content tomorrow and some call-ins. It should be fun. Call-ins? Yeah, you know, I wanted to do more call-ins. I just have to pull the trigger and do them. Call-ins, yeah. You all thought I was talking about you calling in. I was actually talking about Susan Collins. You fools, you buffoons. Got so much work to do organizing. Sadly, we're under a lot of pressure. Damn, I'm sorry. What game should I play, chat? Should I play Baldur's Gate 3? Or should I just be done for the day? I'm genuinely torn. I'm very tired. Baldur's Gate 3? Okay. What, LB? Tell me, tell me. You need to sleep? I'm just, man. Is it a new playthrough because I can't get spoiled? Thank you for the $15 dono, LB. I appreciate that a lot. Oh, you know what? Wait, let me look up how long it is. Oh, that's... Wait. That's a lot of time. That's a lot longer than I thought. Okay, we won't play that one today. Maybe we'll play it tomorrow. Isn't Baldur's Gate procedural? No. It's very deep. So there's a lot of things you can do. I could start a new campaign with a Dark Urge character. That could be fun. Or I could give Armored Core 6 a shot. So the story is similar, but campaigns can go differently? Yeah, like, well, and the story can also go in completely different directions. Yeah. Did you beat Baldur's Gate 3 yet? Not yet, no. Let's get through the tutorial of Armored Core 6. Oh, there's a lot of replayability, Gamergy. It's just, Does Jack get stuck on the tutorial? I haven't played it. So I might. Do you think you might play Hollow Knight again to get the stuff you missed? Maybe not to 100% the game, but to play the DLC, yeah. Love your hair, Chaos Panda. Thank you very much. I feel very unattractive today, so I appreciate the compliments. Oh wait, no. Ooh. Fuck. This for you really be like that? Yeah. Alright. System. Borderless window, go! Wait, HDR setting was changed to off. Why? Alright. Hey, if I turn it to full screen, can the HDR be on? Aw, thanks, pal. Enter pilot name. Riverboat.
We're close to Rubicon. Wake the dog up.
Handler Walter verified. Activating cerebral coral control device. Augmented human C4621 has awakened.
Time to get to work, 621. I'm powering down your entry capsule. On my signal. Now, activate the AC.
A coin for our always beautiful mommy. Also outreach arc.
Yeah, Kyrie, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. And yeah, Chaos Panda, I am trans, and the transition's been pretty good.
Descent to ISB 2262. Rubicon 3 complete.
Your position is grid 135. Off target, but within permissible range. There's a catapult ahead. Use it to close the gap.
You know,
Main system.
bit difficult
activating combat
biologically, but you know, it's like going through another puberty. Just this time with responsibilities and such. Cool. Yeah, mostly the parts about transitioning that suck are all of the social stuff, you know? People being assholes to you for no reason. That's the stuff that really sucks about transitioning. Left YouTube, although I liked the stream, as there are too many conspiracy holes. I mean, that's fine. You could also just come over to riverboat.gg. Whee! Well, this is pretty goddamn cool. This This feels so, like, buttery smooth. My goodness. I understand people find any reason to be an asshole. Yeah, it's, you know. You suddenly are dealing with all the pressures that are put on, like, cis women, plus all the pressures that are put on trans women, you know? You're pressured to be more feminine, but if you aren't able to be passable, then, like, everyone thinks you're the goddamn devil or trying to, you know, groom children just because you exist. You know, it sucks. Ah.
Clear out those guard mechs. Perfect chance to test your AC.
This is cool. Not been fully following the conversation, but you're all adorable and cute. That includes you. Yes, you. True. Little Morphine Annie, I feel like that's all of us. I feel like that all the time. Well, this is pretty buttery smooth. This is cool. Use repair kits to repair your AC. Okay.
Your AC's taking damage.
I
Patch it up.
don't feel like I need to patch up my AC yet,
2 repair kits remaining.
but I'll do it anyway because the game.
See the contaminated city down there? That's where you're landing. Access the catapult.
Give a feminine vibe. Everyone's unique in their own way. True. Ooh, custom robo is great.
Time to fly, 621. If we get our hands on Rubicon's coral, we'll make a killing. Plenty for a merc with a fried brain like you to buy their life back. Enough chat, back to work. Scavenge the AC wrecks ahead and find a valid mercenary license. We're illegals here. You'll need ID to operate.
This is pretty cool. I can just walk into the trees. That's cool.
An AC! Where the hell did that come from? Affiliation unknown. The work. Shut it down!
Guerrillas from the Liberation Front. If they'll get in the way of our work, eliminate them.
Use assault boost to move rapidly in directions that the camera's facing or to rapidly approach targets. Neat.
I'm picking up signals from AC Rex. Follow the markers.
There! That's the AC from the report! Find out who they're working for.
Looks like they've got shields. Good thing you've got a blade.
Ah. Oh.
Extract the pilot data. I'll analyze it from my end.
Neat.
This one's already expired. Keep looking. What?
Mystery! We've got something good!
Get out of there! You can handle them!
That's the PCA's planetside force. Keep a low profile. We don't want them breathing down our necks. Analyzing. Corp license, easily traced. Forget it.
The movement in this game feels real nice.
Wait, is that an independent? Destroy it!
You're outnumbered 6-1. Use your missiles.
Woohoo!
Let's see about this license.
Hell yeah. Ooh, license code Monkey Gordo. Let's go. Monkey Gordo time.
It's still valid, but the pilot's rank is no good. We can't use this. I've picked up one more wreck, 621. Transmitting marker. Go and check it out.
I want to be Monkey Gordo.
You can use that vertical catapult to get some altitude. That's it. Try accessing the wreck. Registration number RB23. Rank fits the
Riverboat,
call sign.
it's me.
What? Looks like they were onto you after all. I'm in no mood to pick a fight with the PCA. But it doesn't matter. Take it out now and they won't have enough to ID you.
Woo!
Use your mobility in the air to get clear of explosions on the ground.
Woohoo! Now this is pod racing.
AP at 50%. Light shoulder ammunition at 50%. AP at 30%.
Uh-oh.
One repair kit remaining. No repair kits remaining.
What's up, nerd?
light-end ammunition at 50%. AP at 30%.
I'm one messy bitch.
Right shoulder ammunition at 30%.
Woo! Damn. That was fun though. I enjoyed that a lot. Okay, we're gonna do gooder this time.
That's it. Try accessing the wreck. Registration number RB23. Rank fits the bill. Call sign. What? Looks like they weren't onto you after all. No good to pick a fight with the PCA. But it doesn't matter. Take it out now, they won't have enough to ID you. Use your mobility in the air to get clear of explosions on the ground.
Oof, I saw those coming too.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%. Two repair kits remaining.
Oh shit, dude.
No repair kits remaining. AP at 50%.
god. Oh god. Goofs have been goofed.
Right shoulder ammunition at
Oh, thank God. Oh, this game is fucking sick, dog.
Confirmed.
Whew.
Heavy combat helicopter is down. That's all for our work here today, 621. Here's the call sign from that license you picked up.
License code Raven. License code extracted from the AC wreck in the contaminated city. Contains the pilot's registration data. Registration number RB23. Call sign Raven. License expires in 3 days.
Raven. That's your new name here on Rubicon.
Okay, real talk. I do not understand how people died against this thing for like 12 hours straight. Some people on Twitter were complaining about this thing like being the major block for like double-digit hours. The cheese strat is to assault boost up close and swing twice with your blade to get the stun, then unload. Oh, that's such a cool idea. I didn't even think about using my sword. Oh, awesome. I got paid $170,000 and my expenses were $72,000. Oh god. Okay, cool. Ammunition costs and repair costs. Awesome.
Coral.
Oh, there's a
sublime
patch to make it easier.
substance. Discovered on Rubicon, a planet on the frontier of developed space. For a time, coral was a revolutionary energy resource and data conduit, poised to transform human society by leaps and bounds. They called it the Fires of Ibis, a storm of flame that tore through the stars, leaving lethal contamination in its wake. Coral, the kindling, was thought to have been utterly consumed, forever lost. However, on Rubicon, the embers continued to burn. Humanity would inevitably return to stoke the fire.
Oh, I guess we're really playing Dark Souls, huh?
Registration number RB23. Call sign Raven. Authentication complete. Removing MIA status. Restoring access privileges. This is Allmind, the mercenary support system. Welcome back, Raven.
Looks like you passed the authentication. Raven. That's who you are now, here on Rubicon. I've picked up some work for you already. Take a look, 621.
This notification follows restoral of access privileges. Allmind provides a combat training simulator to support its mercenaries. Your license was in a suspended state. Perhaps you may need a refresher. As an added incentive, completion of the exercises will be rewarded with AC parts.
Well, okay.
You stand to benefit regardless.
Time to learn basic controls. Use right shoulder weapon, hold to do multi-lock attack. Y during multi-lock to cancel the multi-lock. Good night, Archangel. More. Oh, wait. Okay. There isn't more training. gotta paint it. Perfect. It's perfect in every way. Okay, we're gonna do one mission. Time to do some cleanup.
Got a job for you, 621. It's an open call from the Arquebus Group, one of the extraplanetary corporate forces.
To all independent mercenaries, this request comes from Schneider of the Arquebus Group.
Hey,
The operation will take place in Grid 135, Southern Belius.
that's
Your
Garrus, the
objective is to
Carrion.
destroy an MT squad sent by Dafeng, a Balaam company, and a competitor.
Oh, Trans Girl Jade was one step ahead of you,
135 is a
Kyryu.
key foothold in Arquebus's efforts to conduct a coral survey in the contaminated city. You, the independent mercenaries, are the key to maintaining our lead in the coral survey race. The Arquebus Group looks forward to news of your success. Briefing over, and happy hunting.
Let's go!
You've got ID. Now you need a rep.
My rep is going to be the
Get their attention,
coolest robot in
61.
town. Also, chat, if you're enjoying the content, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button on the stream, and consider dropping some subs or donos
Activating combat.
so I can live.
Commence mission. Wipe out the Dafeng MT squad.
Okay. I hear they're a bunch of punks.
Enemy attack! 1AC! Looks like the Arquebus Group hired some muscle. An independent mercenary, huh? At least they didn't send the Vespers. Intercepting!
They're just mass-produced MTs. Wipe them out, 621.
This AC pilot's sharp.
Focus your fire!
Woohoo!
That Merc's tearing through us! Damn it!
Damn right I am.
Really scored this time.
Only a few targets left. Wait. I'm picking up new enemy signatures.
Commander Michigan doesn't need to know shit.
The enemy MT squad has been eliminated. That's it for this job, 621. Return to base.
Woo. Chat, I might be just a humble death dealer, but something tells me this game might be about how capitalism is bad. You know, something about the spreadsheets after you finish every level.
One new message.
This is a notification from All Might, the mercenary support system. Registration number RB23, call sign Raven. Your return to mercenary activities has been acknowledged. Restoring access to the parts shop.
Combat fundamentals.
Thank you very much for streaming, even though you're tired.
Aw, Kairyu! Thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. You're very welcome. I felt like a 2.5 hour stream was too short. So I'm just chilling and you know, hanging with you guys. If you guys have any questions or want to follow up on that conversation I had with GayFesh, anything I brought up in there, you have follow-up questions, feel free to ask. Oh, well, this is cool. ACS Attitude Control System of Craft can be compromised by accumulated strain from the impact of repeated attacks. ACS overload results in vulnerable state called stagger, during which time the afflicted craft will be immobilized and susceptible to critical damage. Why are you so adorable? So, Malachi, I don't really feel adorable, you know? Attacks on enemies that are unaware of your presence will inflict greater ACS. Oh, cool. Okay. Neat. It's a shame because you are the... Well, thank you. Yeah, it's, dysphoria is a hell of a thing, dude. You know, it just, like, lives in your heart. Dude, thank you for the 5 gifted, not 5 gifted tier 1 subs. $5 dono, I appreciate it. And, step 1, be very autistic. And step 2, realize 25 years into your life that you're actually trans, and then start transitioning while, in a cocoon of loneliness at your parents' house. And then start slowly taking steps to transition in secret, and isolate yourself from everyone so that just in case when you come out to them, it doesn't go well. And then move out into an apartment once you are financially stable enough to do so. And even if you come out to everyone, it goes poorly, you still will be relatively okay. I'm actually doing that, except not at my parents'. Hell yeah, Bisadu. You're on the right track. I genuinely like my tiny contribution to your stability. Yeah, Paladin, you help a lot. I deeply appreciate it. And Kyryu, you also help a lot. Thank you both. You transitioned at 25? I transitioned at 28. I realized I was trans at 25, and then had to spend 3 years hand-wringing about whether or not it was too late, or whether or not I even needed to transition. There was a long, 2 to 3 year period of thinking, oh, maybe I can just hide it from everyone, and, I can live my entire life, no one would have to know. And, yeah. Turned out not to be the case. A bazooka? Realized at 28, and I'm now 30 and transitioning. Win big, congratulations. Time to destroy some artillery installations.
Got a job for you, 621. This is an open call from the Balaam Group, one of the corporate forces occupying Rubicon.
Attention, all independent mercenaries! This request comes from our affiliate, Dafeng. The Rubicon Liberation Front has deployed Baus artillery throughout the contaminated city. The city itself has no strategic value. We cannot allow them to hinder expansion of the Coral Survey.
Oh, cool.
Show us your ambition. Destroy the Liberation Front's artillery.
For no reason other than it
Bonus
might
pay
be
will awarded
inconvenient.
for destroying their MTs. We want the enemy weakened.
But it has no...
Consider it an opportunity to prove yourself. Impress us, mercenaries!
But we had... You know, the city has no strategic value, though.
The client doesn't care who does this job. As long as it gets done.
Main system activating combat mode.
Commence mission. Destroy all of the Rubicon Liberation Front's artillery placements.
We've got a corporate merc! They're on to us already. Sneaky bastard.
There. That's one of the artillery placements. The front is protected with armor plating. Attack it from behind.
Deploy for combat. Destroy that AC.
There's only one of them. We can do this.
Whoa. There we go.
We're clear here. Move on to the next site, 621. You're up against mass-produced MTs. Eliminate them as necessary.
Enemy attack! They're after the artillery! Fight back!
Head to the final site. Keep up the good work.
There! That corporate dog! Don't give him another inch. We have to defend the artillery!
Ow. Why?
What makes the Liberation Front strong? Forged in act, we stand as one!
2 repair kits remaining.
Jesus.
1 repair kit remaining.
All right.
Right shoulder ammunition at 50%.
Confirmed. All targets destroyed. That's it for this job, 621. Return to base.
Woo! I'm bad. Kyrie, what was your question? I'm sorry. I'm an even more efficient killing machine.
1 new message.
Kyrie, what was your question?
Registration number RB23, call sign, Raven. Your records have been updated. You have also been granted access to participate in the Log Hunt program. We kindly request that you submit combat logs after destroying designated craft. All Mind will reward you with parts based on the number of submissions you provide.
Okay. How'd you feel about me doing my PhD on the political efficacy of Riverboat Jack? I mean, you could definitely go for that. I guess. I don't know if I don't know how compelling a PhD thesis it would be, but if you wanted to, yeah. Oh, it's okay, GayFesh. How am I doing? I'm doing okay. My brain got a little fried. I'm so sleepy, but I started playing Armored Core 6, and it's pretty fun to play. Would recommend. I guess I'll destroy some logistics helicopters now.
Got a job for you, 621. The Balaam Group sent a request.
Raven, this request comes from Dafa, one of our affiliates. The group has committed to use of military force to handle the Rubicon Liberation Front.
I like how, right off the bat,
Target for this mission is a squad of transport choppers.
you as a mercenary are just playing both sides in this
Encounter
conflict.
guerrilla resistance from Baus mass-produced MTs. They're no great concern. You performed adequately in your last sortie, Raven. This did not go unnoticed. We will be watching with interest to see what you bring to the team.
So, as far as I can figure, it's a capitalist hellscape. And you're playing both sides of a conflict, kind of like the man with no name wandering into town and playing the two families against each other. Let's go!
Now they're asking for you by name. Keep building your rep.
Hey, Valhalla Vidya. I wish I had started transitioning earlier in life, but every trans person would choose that.
Commence mission.
Let's see.
Destroy the Rubicon Liberation Front transport choppers.
We're under attack! The corporate merc! Intercept! Keep them off the supply!
You can't stop me.
Transport chopper down. Keep at it, 621.
I'ma kill all your choppers. 'Cause I'm a monster.
There, take it out.
Hostile AC! Defend our supply! Our comrades on the Strider can't wait any longer! Damn! Corporation!
Confirmed. Target destroyed. On to the next targets.
Woo! Movement's the name of the game, baby. Monster Jack arc. Oh, you're making me sound like a monster girl.
It's here! Fight back!
We're no match for an AC!
Have no fear. The coral is with us!
Looks like they've got a Baus tetrapod. It's a cut above the other MTs. Ignore it and focus on the mission.
Hey, nerds. Oh god. Oh god.
50%. At 30%.
What? Oh god. Okay, I was not expecting that. I was not expecting the thing to have a sword. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, we're just gonna restart this mission.
Main system activating combat mode.
Alright. This time.
Commence mission. Destroy the Rubicon Liberation Front transport choppers.
We're under attack! The corporate merc! Intercept! Keep them off the...
Confirmed. Transport chopper down. Keep at it, 621.
an AC!
Have no fear. The coral is with us.
Looks like they've got a Baus tetrapod. It's a cut above the other MTs. Ignore it and focus on the mission.
Alright. This time I'm ready.
At 30%.
What?
APS overload?
What? Oh. All right, we'll get him this time. This is fun.
Main system activating combat mode.
Commence mission. Destroy the Rubicon Liberation Front transport choppers.
We're under attack! The corporate merc! Intercept! Keep them off the supplies!
Confirmed. Transport chopper down. Keep at it, 621. There, take it out.
Hostile AC! Defend our supply! Our comrades on the Strider can't wait any longer!
Here we go. Here we go again.
Confirmed. Target destroyed. On to the next targets.
It's here. Fight back.
We're no match for an AC!
Have no fear. The coral is with us.
Looks like they've got a Baus tetrapod. It's a cut above the other MTs. Ignore it and focus on the mission.
2 repair kits remaining.
APS overload?
At 50%.
Woo! Got him.
How are you?
Got the tetrapod, huh? You're unnatural with this, 621. Looks like you got them all. That's it for this job, 621. Return to base.
One new message.
back, 621. The Corps see the Liberation Front as a hindrance to expanding their coral survey. But to the Rubiconians, your actions are only helping the Corps with their invasion. It's just a job, 621. All of it.
Okay, one more. Let's go.
Got a job for you, 621. It's an open call from the Arquebus Group.
To all independent mercenaries, this request comes from Schneider of the Arquebus Group. Dafeng, one of our adversaries allied with Balaam, has introduced a new tester AC. It's a sample model from an external architect, featuring extensive assembly optimizations. In the hands of an experienced pilot, it will pose a threat far too great to ignore. This brings me to the request. Intercept delivery of the tester AC and destroy it. The Arquebus Group looks forward to news of your success.
I got it,
Briefing over,
Arquebus.
and happy hunting.
Time for me to do more murders for you. I have a more serious question. I have body dysmorphic disorder. Even though it is mid now after years of therapy, how would you compare it to gender dysphoria? I perceive it as somewhat comparable. Yeah, I think it is somewhat comparable. It's just that, I think gender dysphoria is complicated in that it is or gender dysphoria often is dysmorphic, but it then coincides with, like, gender incongruence, if that makes sense. I'm not like an expert or anything, but that's my base understanding.
The target may be a product sample, but it's still an AC. Stay sharp, 621.
Speaking of French chuds, did you guys know that, like, that Giuseppe guy, who is like a race science realist,
Commence mission.
apparently he's under investigation for murdering his wife?
Now's the time, 621.
Is that true? Yeah? I don't keep up with a lot of that stuff, but it seems pretty wild.
That pilot's just a trainee, but don't let you guard down.
I've been trained for this. Red guns need this AC. I can't fail this mission.
This AC has reached breaking point. Go for a direct hit.
Damn it! I can't die like this.
You're gonna, though!
Keeping up is real work. The training is paying off.
Woo! Get fucked, asshole!
I just wanted to call sign it real.
And by get fucked, asshole, I mean I'm very sorry I just killed, like, a student.
That's it for this job, 621. Return to base.
Anyway. Finally, killing inexperienced students. I'm like Anakin Skywalker. old clip of her seemingly stating he'd been trying to kill her for the past 3 years? She's, well, I mean, she's not just not mentally well. It would seem that she's also dead if he's being investigated for her murder. Oh, he's a major piece of shit, Little Morphine Annie. I've seen him in debates. He's just terrible.
Well, Handler Walter. The way your hound's been up in my business, I'm surprised you'd even dare to call. Michigan, about my proposal. Yeah, you sure about that? I'll be working your hound just as hard as any other red gun. Gen 4s can be emotionally withdrawn. They need a shot in the arm every now and then. Then you got a deal. I'll send Volt and Iguazu. They'll give your latest hound a proper red gun welcome.
What?
One new message.
About the tester AC you downed. That was being shipped to the Red Guns, Balam's in-house AC squad. They're Balam's main force, and its members are no amateurs. Remember who you're messing with.
What? You're the one who's having me mess with them. God damn it. Wait, what? Wait. Sorry, chat. One second. We gotta take a look at this. Breaking, a federal court has chosen a new congressional map shown on the right to impose in Alabama that creates a second district for black voters under the Voting Rights Act. It will likely mean a black Democrat replaces a white Republican after 2024. The court-adopted congressional map turns Alabama's second district from a solidly GOP seat into one that has a 49-44 black plurality and backed Joe Biden 56-43. Making it a top pickup opportunity for Dems in 2024. Well, this just became one of the most interesting races. Wow. Okay. Let's fucking go. This new map is the result of the Supreme Court unexpectedly upholding a key part of the Voting Rights Act in a landmark ruling this past June. The GOP has since dropped their appeals for 2024, clearing the way for Alabama to have 2 black House members for the first time ever, which is kind of insane considering it's 2023. Let's go. We'll definitely be talking about Alabama soon in more detail. The court-appointed expert who drew Alabama's new map preserved as much of the GOP's 2023 map, which was blocked by the court after remedying the Voting Rights Act violation in the 2nd District. So Districts 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 have only small changes compared to the GOP's 2023 and 2021 maps. The court's Alabama congressional map drew Barry Moore. That is a wild collection of both a name and a verb. The court's Alabama congressional map drew Barry Moore out of his 2nd district, which now leans Dem, and put him in the 1st district with fellow GOP representative Jerry Carl. Moore, who is in the far-right Freedom Caucus, would have a geographic disadvantage if he runs in a primary versus Carl. This is delicious. You know, I'm very excited. We have the potential to pick up more seats in the House, which is great. Sorely needed. I've planted seeds of debate with some of my family, and I learned who are the ones who are the perspectives. Yeah. I think that means that Barry Moore doesn't live in his district anymore, so he won't be able to rerun for the seat. Unless he tries to relocate, in which case he'll have to, if he doesn't relocate, he'll have to run against a fellow Republican, which is great. This is why you like me. It is one of the many reasons I like you, Paladin Lost. You do have good political takes, which, you know, is spoken to by the fact that you're here. Yeah, look, any seat we can take away from a Republican and give to a Democrat, I am in favor of. Good night, Gamer G. That is cool as hell. I'm very excited. All right, back to murder robots. We're attacking a dam.
Got a job for you, 621. You're joining an operation planned by Balaam HQ. Check the briefing.
Yeah, time to do some terrorism.
Heard the good news from Walter, did ya? Good. Sit your ass down and listen. Balaam's moving in on the Gallia Dam complex, one of the Liberation Front's bases. The objective is to destroy their lifeline and make those sacks of shit beg for mercy. I'll be sending 2 good-for-nothing maggots from the Red Guns, Gun 4 Volta and Gun 5 Iguazu. You're just gonna be tagging along on ass-wiping duty. I'm assigning you the call sign Gun 13, a lucky little number that just became available. Gun 13, sound off! Good enough. Now go get ready! We're going on a field trip, kiddo!
No, we're not Russia. We're an independent mercenary who's fighting for both Russia and Ukraine. Apparently.
Gun 13, huh? I'll stick with 621. Don't let the Red Guns teach you bad manners.
Main system activating combat mode.
Balaam Group AC Squad Red Guns.
Why?
Report for duty. Commence mission.
Wait a minute. My gun should not just be firing. It's not actually something that should happen. Oh, no, not for real.
Attack! Get in there, you maggots!
What the hell?
Great. An independent merc. Who's the wise guy who decided the red gun should be taking care of some freelancer?
Who gives a shit? We'll handle this mission ourselves. One target destroyed.
Hey, freelancer. I know one even told you why we're here. Well, us for you red guns are gonna go climb the wall. This is just target practice. When we're done, the locals little base is next.
Good five. Can't take yourself away from chatting with a tag along. Why don't you start a sewing club together and stitch that damn mouth of yours shut?
Two targets destroyed. How about that? Guess you're not a top ledge.
Good four. Can't say I considered you a pro either. We don't need backseat drivers in the red guns. Shake up or ship out.
That takes care of the frontline MTs.
That was just the warm-up. Look alive, maggots!
2 generators to go. Keep moving, 621.
Hope you're enjoying the field trip, kid.
Don't wet your pants now. Does this guy ever shut up?
Good five. No luck with the sewing club, I see. That attitude won't get you far on Rubicon. Hope you pilot better than you sew.
AP at 30%. AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
Gun 13, are you normally this incompetent, or do you have to try? Don't answer that. You're fired.
I'm dead. You can't fire me. All right. We're gonna restart this. Maybe reloading will make my gun not just automatically be firing nonstop. Nope. All right. What the hell? Okay, we're gonna try this again. Load back into the game. Figure out what's happening.
Gun 13, huh? I'll stick with 621.
I have to start over. Grow
Don't
new
let the
hits.
red guns teach you bad.
Beastadu, you're always such a delight.
Main system activating
All right.
combat mode.
There we go.
Group AC Squad Red Guns reporting for duty. Commence mission. Attack! Get in there, you maggots!
Great. An independent merc. Who's the wise guy who decided the red gun should be taking care of some freelancer?
Who gives a shit? We'll handle this mission ourselves. 1 target destroyed.
Hey, freelancer. I know one even told you why we're here. Well, us for you red guns are gonna go climb the wall. This is just target practice. When we're done, the locals' little base is next.
fun, baby.
2 repair kits remaining. 1 repair kit remaining.
One more target remaining, 621.
Do you hear me, you corporate vultures? The Rubiconians will never yield. You're going home in armored coffins. Forged in ash, we stand as one! Hot dog, they got an AC.
More like an old piece of dough. It's barely different from an MT.
Gun 4, you're not exactly cutting edge either. You want to be next on the scrap heap?
Independent mercenary, why be a mere pawn? What honor is there in serving corporations that exist only to kill and plunder? Damn you, scavengers! Father O'Mayan, I failed you!
Confirmed. Enemy AC destroyed.
Gun 13. Guess you're not just tagging along anymore. Now hurry up and destroy that stinking old dam. We've got a job to do here.
Looks like we got competition. You got lucky, freelancer.
All targets destroyed.
Looks like my good-for-nothings were good for something after all. Field trip's over. Gun 13. I'll keep that lucky call sign open for you.
I destroyed a dam that was crucial infrastructure. Mistress Lynn, yeah, people leave such terrible comments, which I wish I could read more of my YouTube comments, but so many. Like, Kyrie, bless you for leaving positive ones. I appreciate them. But so many are just vile.
Message.
You got lucky, Merc. You were the only warm body they could find.
Do I even have a body?
First over the wall. Have fun watching from the sidelines.
Hey, Drago. This game's super fun, by the way. Just, y'all, it's fun stuff. Would recommend. Wait. Edit emblem? Are there any boat emblems? Hmm. 0 out of 10. No boats. There's a shark, but that's not a boat. Imps raid with love. Aw. Hey, Midnight and All Night. Shark Boat Jack. True. Alright, let's do this other mission, and then I might wrap up for the night.
Got a job for you, 621. This one's a request from the Arquebus Group.
Raven, this request comes from Schneider, an Arquebus subsidiary. The mission will take place in the Bonadea dunes of Western Bellius. Our coral investigation there is being blocked by the Strider, a Rubicon Liberation Front mining ship. You are to destroy it. The Strider is a mobile resource base that was extensively weaponized by the Liberation Front.
Paladin.
Call it the crowning glory of their efforts to militarize into an anti-corporate force. Your attack will focus on the Eye, a giant laser cannon connected directly to the main generator. It's protected by a shield, which is powered by auxiliary sub-generators. These should be your first targets. This concludes the briefing. Good luck.
Oh, okay. I'll just go fight a giant war machine.
Time for a little self-promotion, 621. Smash the Strider, and Arquebus HQ will be sure to remember your name.
I know the gaming streams are more boring, chat, but I hope today's stream was a good combo of talking to people and doing stuff.
First, get through all that dust to make contact with the Strider.
An unidentified AC. Must be one of the corporation's dogs. Activate the Eye. Burn them away. Yes, sir! Coral! Abide with Rubicon! Abide with Rubicon.
Oh god. Oh god!
50%.
Alright. Well.
Picking up a surge of energy to the Eye. Watch out.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
Dog has been slain. Coral, abide with Rubicon.
Alright. I wasn't anticipating the giant laser.
Main system activating combat mode.
Commence mission. First, get through all that dust to make contact with the Strider.
An unidentified AC. Must be one of the corporation's dogs. Activate the Eye. Burn them away. Yes, sir! Coral, abide with Rubicon! Abide with Rubicon.
Well, this was a lot easier. Oh my god, it's so tall.
Alright, now you're up close and personal. Take out one of its legs and bring it to a halt.
What? They evaded the Eye's laser!
All hands, prepare for close-range combat. Intercept. Remember, we fight for the coral. Defend the sub-generators.
Sub-generator destroyed. 3 to go.
Sir, we've lost another sub-generator!
2 to go.
Remember the hardships that made us. Remember that when Rubicon burned, we endured.
2 repair kits remaining.
We're losing the shield, sir.
Just 1 left.
The Strider is the flagship of our war. Hold the line. Defend the ship with your lives.
All sub-generators destroyed. The ice shield is offline. Head to the front segment and hit the target.
Whew. Let's go.
Now you've got the target in your sights. Time to finish this.
Oh god.
AP at 30%.
Target attack. Burn the coral plunderers. We're not through yet. Show them our pride. Sir, the eye's in a critical state. Impossible. How can just one AC? No response from the eye. No. We can't lose the Strider.
Confirmed. Target destroyed. And it looks like all that energy it was sucking up has nowhere to go. Move 621. You need to get clear of the Strider.
Damn hyenas. Devastate the planet. Combined with Rubicon.
See that 621? The Strider's blowing itself up. A fitting end for something built to fail.
Woo! Nice. Made a lot of money blowing up that giant thing. Hope they didn't need it to build any
You
important
must be the handler, I presume,
infrastructure.
for the independent mercenary Raven.
Honored to make your acquaintance, V2 Snail.
I understand you want to join Operation Wall Climber. You do realize that disposing of some Liberation Front garbage hardly qualifies you. Know your place, you meager dog sitter. The answer is no.
I hear you're deploying V1 again. Must be rough only having one good pilot to rely on.
Oh? Are you suggesting your dog can take Freud's place?
You'll see. Just give us the chance.
Very well, then. We're also deploying V4. Who's been equally brazen of late. Let's see how they both perform.
It's like Kyrie is curating my feed.
One new message.
Raven, your work on the Strider deserves commendation. I am thrilled to have issued you the request. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Arquebus Group's mercenary liaison. V8 Pater, at your service. I think I'll enjoy doing business with you.
New exercise and training. New parts available for purchase. Okay, we're gonna do our training. How to assemble an AC. One way to assemble an AC is to install ranged weapons to both hands. This is known as the double trigger style among veteran pilots. Double trigger assemblies use machine guns or similar weapons can destroy enemies at a reliable pace and are suited for taking on multiple foes at once. Hold R trigger and L trigger. Rapid fire both hand weapons. The mobility of an AC is greatly influenced by its overall weight and the type of boosters installed. This AC is fitted with boosters that have short QB reload time spec, allows it to outpace enemies with consecutive quick boost usage. FCS fire control system installed to the AC affects target tracking at close, medium, long range, and missile lock-on, multi-lock time. The AC is equipped with an FCS that is specialized for close range combat, allowing it to reliably land attacks in its high firepower weapons. The weapons and selection of parts used to assemble an AC determine its ideal combat range and style. This AC is equipped with 4 ranged weapons to specialize in concentrated fire at medium range. Hold right trigger and left trigger. Use right shoulder weapon, left shoulder weapon, boost, assault boost. Program complete. Reverse jointed ACs. Look at all you guys connecting in riverboat.gg. You guys are delightful. Reverse joint leg units excel at jumping and can also leverage their leg strength to improve quick boosts. These leg units are also capable of high jumps that do not consume energy, making it easier to achieve aerial retreats and shift to aerial combat. Left shoulder grenade cannon on this AC fires explosive rounds that cause area damage upon impact. When using weapons of this nature, you can exploit area damage to great effect by firing at the ground from an aerial position. Weapons fall into one of three categories depending on the type of damage they inflict: kinetic, explosive, energy. The defensive performance of ACs and other craft varies for each of these damage types, determining their susceptibility or resistance. Energy weapons produce heat when fired. This can ultimately result in overheating. When overheated, the weapon may temporarily be disabled, but functionality will be regained once the weapon has been allowed to cool. Avoid overheating by monitoring your fire rate. Ricocheting will occur when enemies have high defense, significantly reducing the damage they take. To counteract this, try attacking at closer range or switch to explosive weapons. Yeah, Matt at Yahoo. Yeah. You're not wrong. Well, chat, if you enjoyed stream today, consider hitting the follow button if you haven't, and subscribe to the YouTube, and like the YouTube stream, and also consider dropping some subs or donos. I appreciate all of you a lot. Would you guys watch me play the rest of Armored Core 6? Because I very much enjoyed playing this game. And I would play more of it at a later date. Yeah, it's true. We got the horny wholesome gang. Unless you are underage, in which it's just the wholesome gang. I love your gaming streams. I'm glad you do. I would, yeah, hell yeah. Honestly, oh. Well, that makes sense. I'd watch you play about anything. I'll watch regardless, but eh. See, I know that I know the gaming streams don't bring in as much when it comes to folks. I need I don't know. Maybe we need like some sort of content in the background of some kind. I almost said how I feel about this game, but Jack might ban me. What is it? Is it boring? Is it boring you? I like your gaming streams where you do voices and shit. That's true. I also need to finish, not Paper Mario, Super Mario RPG, and then play Paper Mario. Also, Paper Mario would be a fun game to play on stream. Oh, Solazar, that's totally fine. From Software games are a acquired taste, you know. They aren't for everybody, and you know, I'm just having fun, like dashing around and blasting. I'm Frank from that Always Sunny in Philadelphia meme. Anyway, I started blasting. Yeah, you guys are all gay for Paper Mario. I know. I know. I am too. We all are. No one's not gay for Paper Mario. Blasting me. Bonk. It is really cool seeing you guys have conversations with each other. I always feel bad that I'm not, like, slightly more involved with them, but I get so engaged with the gaming. It's hard for me not to. Or hard for me to, you understand what I mean. Dead Domain, thank you for the raid, but unfortunately we're about to end stream. Hi everybody. For the raiders coming in, my name's Riverboat Jack, and I talk about the news and politics. And today we had a fellow streamer on named GayFesh to talk about just politics, organizing, and also James Gunn in movies and stuff. Because you know what? Sometimes you gotta talk about movies. Also, how great Godzilla is, because I love Godzilla. Hello, Renaru and Adnan. Hello, Boxing Cat SWL. Y'all seem like the cutest little guys, the cutest little chatters. Welcome. Ugh, I love Dead Domain. I love Dead Domain too. They're an excellent content creator, and I'm glad they're getting the recognition they deserve. Oh, is Dead Domain rating in? I love that channel. Yeah. We both used to work at Game Informer. We all love Dead Domain. Yeah. Their videos are great. Yeah. I'm tired. I'm really sorry for you guys to rate in. I think you can tell at how like tongue-tied I am at just my level of sleepiness. But I hope you guys will come back. Usually I'm talking in depth about politics. I'm gonna be tomorrow. We're gonna be talking about the Corridor Digital stuff. Specifically the Corridor Digital anime and how they fixed video game faces and That'll be fun. It'll be very fun. You'll get to see me fired up. Thank you so much for stream. You're welcome, Kyryu. What time? I usually go live around 8 p.m. Central Time. Sometimes I go live a little bit earlier, like 7, sometimes 6. Tomorrow, probably around 8. I'm getting begged out on YouTube because I said bad things about their face-fixing stuff? What? What does that mean? Those guys have been for a while now. Well, I hated their AI anime that they made. But I was hoping it'd be like a one-off thing, and then they made a sequel to it, and now they're fixing video games by just ruining character design. Thanks for stream. Had a really chill and cozy time. It was fun to have convos with cool chatters. It was fun to have convos with cool chatters. And also, Dead Domain, if you want to come on stream sometime and just chat, we can chat about movies and like horror stuff and Godzilla and such, or whatever you want to talk about, really. I've been trying to be better at reaching out to folks that I know to just have them on stream. So if you got time in the next couple weeks, that'd be really cool. King Kong. Yeah, we could talk about King Kong. Oh, Sophie, thank you for dropping a follow on the Blue Sky. I appreciate it. I'd love to. Hell yeah. Shoot me a DM on Twitter, and we'll figure something out. That'd be cool. I agree. I also follow you on Blue Sky. Thank you for following me on Blue Sky as well, Little Morphine Annie. Thank you to all of you who followed me on Blue Sky, really. I'll try to put out more content just for you lovely folks. Punky Gal, thank you for following me on Blue Sky. What have I done? This is a precedent that I regret instantly. Maybe tomorrow because I'm sleepy as heck right now. I feel you so hard. I need to get on Blue Sky. Renaroo, I think my community has a few codes floating around. If you want to hop on, if the chat you see on screen is over on riverboat.gg. If you head over there, I think someone has Blue Sky codes. I think Kyryu, were you the one who was giving out Blue Sky codes? Salmon Moose, thank you for following me on Blue Sky. You silly gooses. I just shitpost on Blue Sky. I have many codes. Ooh. Everybody gets a thank you. It's true. Malachi, thank you for following me on Blue Sky. You guys. Win B, thank you for following me on Blue Sky. Oh, Kyrie is out of codes. Maybe I have a code. Let me check real quick. Blue Sky, nothing but Blue Sky. Do 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 do. River. God damn, I love you. What? Why? What did I do? Okay, do I have more codes? Thought I did. Where does it show you that you have codes? Frustration. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Renaru, do you want a code for Blue Sky? We're all following you. We can see you. Hot. There you go. Knock yourself out. I got you. I got you. Also, Sheppy Hand, thank you for the stretch and for the follow. Renaru, thank you for the follow. Adnan, thank you for the follow as well. Y'all, just delightful. Okay. Let's see. Where are we gonna raid? We'll raid into Tofu Ghost. The tofuiest ghost you'll ever meet. Thanks for the stream. I mean, thank you for thanking me for the stream, even though you've been here for like 5 minutes. I promise my streams are usually pretty good. Consider coming back tomorrow. Gonna raid the VOD? Hell yeah. Kairyu, you can't post the smuggy face when I'm stretching in just like my comfy Deathwing sweatshirt. There's nothing sexy about me bending in this. It's not even like hugging my breasts or anything. It's just covering me like a sack. A comfy sack. Alright. Get out of here, you crazy kids. Diddle-a-doo-doo-doo, diddle-a-doo-doo-diddle-a-doo.